all. Good morning. If we can have everyone sort of take their seats. I want to honor everyone's time here today. So today is Tuesday, April 16th, and we're going to go ahead and get started with a roll call, please.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Lee.
Sorry.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. And if I can ask Patricia Monji, I'm sorry, Human Resources Coordinator 1, Pima County Human Resources Department, and will provide us with the pledge. Thank you so much, Patricia.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Patricia, how long have you been with Human Resources?
Human Resources, 2 years, but with the county, 14.
14. Yes. Thank you so much for all your service and for coming down to lead us in the pledge. Appreciate that. At this time, I'm going to ask for a personal point of privilege to request a moment of silence to recognize the passing of Barclay Goldsmith, who founded Borderlands Theater in 1986 and passed away on April 3rd. Barclay dedicated his life to ensuring that anyone who came through Borderlands Theater understood that great actors and great plays can come from anywhere, especially from underserved, underrepresented communities of color. One of the cornerstones of Borderlands Theater was bringing new works by undiscovered playwrights to the stage. While he knew that being a stage actor required training, he also knew that it takes courage to stand on a stage and perform authentic, honest, and often difficult stories. Borderlands has an incredible reputation for performing pieces focusing on social justice, cross-cultural barriers, and dignity, and for mentoring and training actors from some of our community's most marginalized barrios, and this is all due to Barclay Goldsmith. We extend our condolences to his wife, Raquel Rubio Goldsmith, sons Christopher and Patrick, and 2 grandchildren, and all of the community members that have been touched by Barclay. Barclay left an indelible mark, and he will be missed. So, Barclay Goldsmith, presente. I can ask you for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. And reading our land acknowledgement is Mark David Pinate, the producing artistic director for Borderlands Theater. With Borderlands, Mark and his partner Milta Ortiz, Borderlands associate artistic director, have been a visionary in creating and directing projects focusing on the unique community perspectives, characters, and heritage of Tucson's historic barrios and neighborhoods, especially through the Barrio Stories project, which brings to life the stories and memories of families who have lived in their houses and neighborhoods for generations. The theater's most recent, very successful production just closed this past Sunday. Antigona 3.0 was a retelling of Antigone, the ancient Greek tragedy, through the eyes of Chicanx artists living through the U.S.-Mexico border. Our community is lucky to have Borderlands Theater, which focuses so much on inspiring, preserving, and celebrating our rich local history and creativity. Thank you, Mark, for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you. Very honored to be here to present this land acknowledgement. Just a little bit more about myself. I've been in Tucson for since 2013, but am a native of Arizona. My family goes back to in the Sonoran roots and Akimel Atum heritage as well. But I've spent the last 10 years really storytelling, really uplifting the stories of the folks that live here, have their roots here in the Sonoran Desert region, specifically in the Tucson historic barrios around town. And I think the importance of that really is knowing the history, a lot of the untold history of the folks that literally built Tucson, and to inspire those feelings of belonging, feeling of pride, and I think, civic engagement. So it's really my honor to be here, and I'll go ahead and read the acknowledgement. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial, and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Ta'ana Atum Nation and the multimillennial presence of the Pascua Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Is there anything coming up with Borderlands that you'd like to let us know about?
Oh, yes. So we've embarked on this big initiative on the connection between well-being and arts and culture, physical and mental health and arts, that these are very interrelatedly and deeply connected. On July 27th, it's a Saturday, we'll be presenting our Art is Vital Festival at the Berger Center for the Performing Arts at the School for the Deaf and Blind. We'll be sharing a concert sharing of a new musical called Anita, which really centers the importance of joy and family. And then with our partners, Arizona Arts Live, Tucson Meet Yourself, the Arts Foundation, and Galeria Mitotera, having a community celebration where we really are going to put out that idea in many different ways about how arts are integral to well-being.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we have pause for pause and little cute guests. And you can clap for Mark. I think that they're doing great things there.
Good morning, Chairperson Grijalva and members of the board. Of course, we brought some cute furry friends. My name's Monica Dangler. I'm the director at Pima Animal Care Center, and we've brought Chanel and who's this other one? And Calvin, these cute little puppies. Their foster brought them today. They are both looking for homes, so just let me know who wants to take them home. But they're very cute. Pima Animal Care Center, we have continued to struggle like shelters nationally have been. We currently have over 500 dogs in our shelter. So we ask everyone to help us be part of the community solution. Keep a collar and ID tag on your dog if you have a dog so your neighbor can get them home and not bring them to the shelter. Or come foster like these two little cute dogs. All of our puppies that come in usually need a week or two of fostering prior to being available for adoption, or come adopt. All of our pets are free currently, and they come already spayed and neutered, vaccinated, and microchipped. So you get thousands of dollars of savings when you adopt a pet. So please come down to Pima Animal Care Center. Thank you.
Thank you. And what are your hours?
Monday through Friday, 12 to 7, except Wednesdays. We open at 1:30, and then weekends 10 to 5.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you. See, anyone need a new family member? They're all here. Super adorable. Okay. Thank you. And so I'm going to ask if we have agenda adjustments.
Okay, on the regular agenda, page 9, item 48, under Development Services, it's a hearing comprehensive plan amendment for P23CA00004. The applicant requests this item be continued to the board meeting of May 21st. On the addendum agenda, page 1, item 1, the proclamation for Jim Click Day. Supervisor Christie requests this proclamation be heard first. On page 1, items 5, 6, and 7, the executive sessions. These items will be heard at a time certain of 12. On page 2, item 9, it is under Board of Supervisors, resolution number 2024-15. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11:30. And on page 2, item 12, under Finance and Risk Management, the fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget update. This item will be considered after regular agenda item number 21, which is the monthly financial update. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there aren't any objections, we'll go ahead and make those changes to the agenda. All right, and then Supervisor Christie, you have a moment of personal privilege you'd like to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you'll direct your attention to the screen, this is part of my district and my constituents, so I'm very proud to announce that last month, the Tanque Verde High School Red Team competed in the Region 6 Mock Trial Regional Tournament, which includes Southern Arizona, and won first place. So we got to give congratulations to the team members, Paige Hammerstrom, Ryan Lightcap, Zach Head, Parker Loomis, Anastasia Velosa, Emily Schlater, Satu Pajkos, and their coach, Jeremy Samoy. Congratulations, Tanque Verde High School mock trial team.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I wanted to first extend a warm welcome back to the dais to our colleague from District
Very nice.
4 Supervisor District.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. And so we'll go on to addendum item number 1. This is a presentation of proclamation to Jim Click Jr. proclaiming the day of Sunday, April 28th, 2024 to be Jim Click Day in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second?
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And Supervisor Christie will be presenting to Mr. Click.
Hi, guys.
Hold that
As
right.
we say on the commercials, hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. That's exactly right. Well, obviously, this is a great honor and personal privilege for me, going back many, many years. One of my heroes, and I'm so glad that we can honor him today. This is a proclamation, and it reads, whereas Jim Click is one of Pima County's most recognizable names, faces, and voices, and whereas through automobile dealerships and other enterprises, Jim Click has been a prominent employer and an important part of Southern Arizona's business community for more than 50 years, and whereas through their generosity, the Click family has helped charitable organizations like the Boys and Girls Clubs and the Primavera Foundation build needed facilities in Pima County and expand their capacities to help those in need. And whereas Jim Click, an accomplished student athlete himself during his time at Oklahoma State University, where?
Right?
Has been a lifelong supporter of college athletic programs, especially University of Arizona athletics, where his legacy includes the establishment of the Jim and Vicky Click Adaptive Athletic Center, and through the Click Family Foundation, Jim Click has helped raise millions of dollars for causes such as at-risk youth, child development, education, and people with disabilities. And whereas the 28th day of April marks 80 years since the day Jim Click was born in Altus, Oklahoma, a milestone occasion in an extraordinary life. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the date of April 28th, 2024 to be Jim Click Day in Pima County, and calls upon everyone in Pima County to appreciate the economic, philanthropic, and civic contributions Jim Click has made to the communities of Southern Arizona and beyond, passed and adopted this 16th day of April, 2024. Congratulations.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Steve. I'm going to say that one more.
Yeah.
One more. To all the board and all the people in the audience, I don't feel like I'm going to be 80. I think I've got 20 or 30 years left, maybe. So I want to thank Steve. He's been a friend since 1971. His stepfather, the day I went to the Pioneer Hotel from my first new car meeting, there were two people that had chairs right here and the rest were around this way. And I took that seat. I said, you better not sit there. That was your father-in-law's, your stepdad's place. Ed Galloway became a good friend. And that was Mr. Beaudry, the senior Beaudry, not Lee. So, folks, I've been here for a long time. I know you don't want to hear all that, but Tucson has been great to the Click family. Unbelievably good to our family. And we're blessed to be in this community. I've known most of these people up here, and I think it was wonderful. We could start with the Pledge of Allegiance. A little prayer and a moment of silence. And I applaud you all. Thank you very much. Thank you for your public service. And lastly, we're open for business today. God bless you guys. Which way?
You want us to go?
Okay. Thank you, Steve.
Happy
Thanks,
birthday.
guys. That way. Okay.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Thanks. Bye. Take care. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Next, we have the presentation of proclamation to Janae Arenas, the Chair of the Pima County Small Business Commission, proclaiming the week of April 28th through May 4th, 2024 to be National Small Business Week in Pima County. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
Hold on to that. Sure. And Jim probably should have been here for this too, at Small Business Association. Whereas Pima County recognizes and values the hard work, dedication, and entrepreneurial spirit of small business in the region, and whereas small businesses are the backbone of Pima County's economy, and whereas when we support small businesses, jobs are created and local communities preserve their unique culture, and whereas this country's 33.2 million small businesses create nearly 2 out of 3 net new jobs in our economy and spur economic growth in Pima County and throughout the country, and whereas the President of the United States has proclaimed National Small Business Week every year since 1963 to highlight the programs and services available to entrepreneurs through the U.S. Small Business Administration and other government agencies, and whereas Pima County supports and joins in this national effort to help America's small businesses do what they do best: grow their businesses, create jobs, and ensure that our local communities remain as vibrant tomorrow as they are today. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of April 28th through May 4th, 2024, to be National Small Business Week in Pima County, passed and adopted this 16th day of April, 2024. Congratulations.
Good morning. I'm Kent Blumenthal and a commissioner on the Pima County Small Business Commission. I want to thank Supervisor Christie for his comments. He said almost all of it. I want to share another thing, and that is small business, which is a backbone of any community, particularly in Pima County and Tucson, it does not happen in a vacuum. There's leadership among your Board of Supervisors that look to support and enhance small businesses in this community. There are my fellow commissioners and Chairperson Janae Arenas, who couldn't be here today, but she leads a group that looks at every aspect of different laws and regulations and the like to make this community not just a great community to have a business in, but to promote business as well. I want to thank my fellow Commissioner Raul Aguirre for joining me up here, and I thank you all for supporting small businesses to help make them large in Pima County. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Blumenthal and Commissioner Aguirre, for coming up and accepting the proclamation. Appreciate that. Thank you. Next, we have a presentation of proclamation to Kenesha Raymond, Director, Entrepreneurship Success and Access to Capital Startup Tucson, proclaiming the day of Wednesday, May 1st, 2024 to be BIPOC Entrepreneurs Day. But we do have other people that will be presented the proclamation. This is the BIPOC Loan Fund Committee members, including Kanisha. We have Jasmine Rucker, Community Engagement Project Manager, Danny Howe, CEO of Ernest House LLC, Camila Martins-Bacat, Senior Market Development Rep at Tucson Electric Power, Isabel Gorgelos is Director of the Women's Business Center at YWCA, Andre Whittington, CEO of Growth Partners Arizona, and Vili Alba, Strategist of Global Brand Consultant. Thank you so much for all being here, and with that, I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And if all of you can come up here to join me, that would be great. Hello. Who would like to hold this? I'll hold it. And if you want paper copies of this, I can make more. Just let me know. Okay, so the BIPOC Loan Fund, a beacon of empowerment for Black, Indigenous, and people of color BIPOC entrepreneurs, plays a vital role in fostering economic growth and equity in Tucson and Southern Arizona. And whereas the Community Investment Corporation BIPOC Loan Fund Committee and Startup Tucson, in collaboration with Pima County, recognize the pivotal contributions of BIPOC entrepreneurs in our community. And whereas during National Small Business Week, established by the Biden administration, we celebrate the spirit of entrepreneurship and resilience of small businesses. And whereas May 1st, designated as the day to celebrate and recognize BIPOC entrepreneurs, aligns with the goals of National Small Business Week and emphasizes the importance of supporting diverse businesses. Whereas the Community Investment Corporation and Startup Tucson, through their focused efforts, have played a pivotal role in fostering an environment that champions the growth and success of BIPOC-owned businesses in Tucson. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Wednesday, May 1st to be BIPOC Entrepreneurs Day and urges residents of our communities to support the small businesses and merchants on BIPOC Entrepreneurs Day and throughout the year, passed and adopted this 16th day of April 2024. Thank you.
My name is Danny Nee. I'm the Executive Director for Community Investment Corporation. Thank you so much for the recognition of the day. This is really something that should go to all of the founding members of our committee, which includes Sam Brown, who's sitting up there. And what we'd like to say is we're just working to create a more inclusive economy. We've heard a lot about the benefits of small businesses. There's been underinvestment in the BIPOC community and BIPOC entrepreneurs. The fastest growing set of entrepreneurs is actually women of color in the United States and here. And we need to make more resources available for them and to support their work the way that we have other small businesses. We also just quickly want to thank some of our initial funders, which included TEP, that really helped get this off the ground, as well as the significant contribution of the Women's Foundation for the state of Arizona.
Video? Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Next, we have a presentation and proclamation to Kelly York, Volunteer Manager, and Alejandra Ruiz, Volunteer Coordinator, Pima Animal Care Center, proclaiming the week of April 21st through 27th to be Pima Animal Care Center Volunteers Week, and I'll move the item.
Second.
Motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. We have some volunteers. Come on up. I'll meet you down there. Who wants to hold the proclamation? I guess that's you. Okay, all right. So, whereas the Pima Animal Care Center, PAC, volunteer program provides essential support to the shelter and PAC's volunteers and are integrated into every area of the organization, whereas PAC volunteers are shift leaders for dog walking teams, are in volunteer and training positions that train new staff and volunteers, regularly attend meetings with staff and advise and give feedback on dogs in PAC's care that have behavior challenges, dedicate many hours of their time to the care and handling of fractious cats, and even perform veterinary clinical duties alongside our clinic technicians. And whereas 1,026 volunteers contributed more than 85,000 hours in the last year, equating to 41 full-time positions for PAC. You all should give a round of applause for that, because that's amazing. And whereas PAC has 20 volunteers who contributed 1,000 hours or more in the last year, and 26 volunteers who contributed 500 hours or more in the last year, whereas PAC volunteers are a critical component that helps make PAC one of the top life-saving municipal shelters in the country. And whereas we acknowledge such results are not achieved without tremendous dedication and passion for animals, and the residents of Pima County recognize the quality service rendered to all of our people and pets. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of April 21st through 27th as time to recognize and celebrate Pima Animal Care Center Volunteers Week, and encourages everyone to continue to support PAC volunteer program and its goals and objectives passed and adopted this 16th day of April 2024. Thank you. Thank you very much. You want to talk?
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say thank you to these volunteers are a great representation, but I've been on big teams before, never one this size or one that works this hard. So I just wanted to say thank you. We appreciate you too. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Do you want to get in a picture? And I'll stand next to you. For helping my son get where they're supposed to be when they get volunteer. Thank you. Thank you so much for all of you. If I had to see them every day, I don't know. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you all very much. All right. Okay, next we have presentation of proclamation to Christina Snow, Administrative Services Manager 2, Danielle Height, Tiffany Foster, and Abby Smith, Animal Care Field Supervisors, Pima Animal Care proclaiming the week of April 14th through the 20th to be Animal Protection Services Division Week, and I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously, and Dr. Lee will be presenting. Supervisor Lee will be presenting.
Hello? Hello. Fine to get to meet you. Yeah, thank you. Can I give you this to hold? Thank you. I am very honored to present this today. Monica, come over here and join. Thank you. Whereas the Pima County Animal Protection Services Division of Pima Animal Care Center, PAC, has 19 animal protection officers who cover over 9,000 square miles and respond to over 18,000 high-priority calls for service each year. And whereas those high-priority calls mainly are of law enforcement assist, reports of animal cruelty, neglect, malice, animal bites, and potentially dangerous animals, as well as sick and injured animals. And whereas Pima County Animal Protection Officers have two main responsibilities: to maintain public safety and protect public health, PAC is the primary source of enforcement and protection for compassion animals. And whereas PAC officers are not just enforcing laws when out in the community, they are providing emergency medical transport to save the lives of injured animals, teaching the public how to be better pet owners, and providing resources and support to people who want to be great pet owners but who face barriers. And whereas in 2023, PAC officers had 1,534 law enforcement assists, 1,243 calls for animal cruelty and neglect, 1,321 animal bite reports, 362 wildlife exposure reports, 333 tie-out complaints, 5,601 calls for stray animals, and 26 hoarding investigations. And whereas such goals are achieved only with high degree of officers' personal sacrifice, both mental and physical, and the residents of Pima County recognize the quality service rendered to all of our people and pets. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of April 14th through the 20th, 2024, as a time to recognize and celebrate Animal Protection Services Division Week, and encourages everyone to continue to support Pima County Animal Protection Services and its goals and objectives. Hereby passed and adopted on the 16th day of April, 2024. Congratulations. Would you like to speak? I'll hold.
Sure. First of all, I want to say thank you to the board. I've been honored to lead this team of animal protection officers for 6 years. This team is so compassionate and they're so dedicated. They see a lot of traumatic things, and they continue to come in every day and fight to save lives and save animals. So I am very grateful and appreciate everything that the animal protection team provides to Pima County.
I would like to say a few words. I myself had a District 3 complaint and had to deal with Christina and I and Monica spoke about it, and I want to say that the individuals who reported the issue with an aggressive dog were so pleased and appreciative of your care and your attentiveness, and I just want to thank you, because it has got to be such a difficult job, and thank you for your commitment. Okay. We're going to take
Thank you. And next, we have a presentation and proclamation to Jennifer Arenas Cardenas, volunteer, Resolve, the National Infertility Association, and mother of in vitro fertilization twins, proclaiming the week of April 21st through 27th to be National Infertility Awareness Week in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, and Supervisor Lee will be presenting this proclamation.
Thank you again. Thank you very much. Whereas, according to the Centers for Disease Control, 1 in 7 women have trouble getting pregnant or sustaining a pregnancy. And whereas the World Health Organization and American Medical Association define infertility as a disease, whereas infertility affects women and men equally and does not discriminate based on race, religion, sexual orientation, marital status, or socioeconomic level. And whereas those in the LGBTQ plus community also face challenges when building their families. And whereas some people become infertile due to a medical treatment for another condition, most often chemotherapy or radiation for cancer. And whereas family building options include adoption and medical treatment such as in vitro fertilization and third-party reproduction. And whereas cost and lack of insurance coverage are barriers for many in our Pima County community to access the family building option they need. And whereas raising awareness of infertility and the barriers faced by the family building community is the first step to removing these barriers. And whereas Pima County joins Resolve and the National Infertility Association, other organizations, dedicated volunteers, healthcare professionals, and members of the infertility and family building community by participating in this promotion. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of April 12th through the 27th of 2024 to be National Infertility Awareness Week in Pima County, passed and adopted on the 16th day of April 2024. Congratulations. Would you like to speak?
Hi. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Jennifer Arenas Cardenas, and I just want to provide a couple of statistics and share a little bit about my story. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, approximately 1 in 6 couples worldwide experiences infertility. Considering the population in Pima County, which stands at just over 1 million residents, the latest census data, this statistic translates to an estimated 174,546 individuals within our county who are affected by infertility. My story in terms of how this has affected me, I'm a former teacher who has worked in our public schools, and I'm currently a school psychologist. And as I was providing services to our most vulnerable student populations in our county, in District 1, Marana Unified, and currently District 5 and Sunnyside Unified, for students who were in special education, were having mental health crises, or were in foster care, I was undergoing my own crisis with infertility and was unable to have my own family without medical intervention. This resulted in me working nights and weekends at Starbucks in order to obtain infertility coverage, because there is no national, state, or county mandate for coverage. So infertility can have a profound emotional, physical, and financial impact on individuals with infertility. And I thank Pima County Board of Supervisors for recognizing Infertility, National Infertility Awareness Week. It demonstrates our commitment to our county residents, and we can ensure that all affected by infertility in our county receive the understanding, compassion, and assistance that they deserve. Thank you. And this is also my friend, Sarah Flores. She's with me in Sunnyside Unified.
Oh, terrific. Thank you so much. Let's get a photo.
Yes.
Thank you. Item 10, a presentation of proclamation to Paul Stapleton Smith, Arizona Political Director, International Alliance for Theatrical Stage Employees Union, and member, Pima County Workforce Investment Board, proclaiming the day of Sunday, April 28th, to be Workers' Memorial Day. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, and Supervisor Scott will be presenting this proclamation. Thank you for being here.
Whereas each April we observe Workers' Memorial Day as a day to remember those who have suffered from serious injuries and died from preventable workplace hazards. And whereas there were 103 preventable workplace fatalities and 80,000 serious workplace injuries in Arizona in 2022. And whereas we need to remember these workers who died in workplace catastrophes, suffered diseases because of toxic substance exposures, or were injured fatally because of dangerous workplace conditions, including the COVID-19 virus and excessive heat. And whereas the core theme for Workers' Memorial Day is that most of these tragedies were preventable as we rededicate ourselves to the fight for safe workplace rights. And whereas Workers' Memorial Day is celebrated around the globe in nearly 100 countries, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Sunday, April 28, 2024, to be Workers' Memorial Day and urges all county residents to join in remembering workers who have perished or been injured as a result of preventable workplace hazards and their families who strive to make sure that dangerous workplaces don't adversely affect other workers and families. And Mr. Stapleton Smith, happy to have you here today. Would you like to say a few words?
I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody on the board, for Jan, the staff, Adalita, all of our supervisors who I know have been reliable allies of folks who work for a living. And I'm very grateful for your work, Rex, and for everybody here who knows somebody who was injured. The key word was preventable, and we know better. And with the summer coming on, right, as though we aren't the experts on heat, we can do better, and that's our pledge. So on behalf of Arizona Jobs with Justice and the AFL-CIO, we're going to do everything we can to make sure everybody goes home safely at the end of the day from their work. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. No, a picture. Yeah, I'll go down there.
Adelita's coming.
Next, we're on the addendum, item 2, presentation of proclamation to Suzanne Vickenberg, proclaiming the day of Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, to be National Therapy Animal Day. I'll move the item.
Second.
A motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
I have this one too. Was there anyone here to receive this proclamation? No?
But you don't have to do the presentation.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay, so we'll make sure to get this proclamation to Suzanne. So we had a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And now we're on item 3, presentation of proclamation to Stephen Brigham, Mount Lemon Firewise team member, and Chief Joe Gunia, Mount Lemon Fire District, John McGee and Kevin McNichols, Greater Green Valley Community Emergency Response Team members, proclaiming the date of Saturday, May 4th, 2024 to be Wildfire Community Preparedness Day in Pima County. I'll go ahead and move the item. I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
Don't worry, folks, we only have 14 more proclamations. Come on, we're all the way around. Okay, yeah, what's the Green Valley means for summer? Okay, so, Green Valley and Summer Haven. Whereas the National Fire Protection Association has designated Saturday, May 4th, 2024 as Wildfire Community Preparedness Day in the United States, and whereas we recognize the residents, stakeholders, and neighborhoods throughout Pima County, and specifically the rural recreation zones of southeastern Pima County and the Mount Lemon Summer Haven areas who engage in wildfire mitigation activities, and whereas courageous first responders, local officials, and others to work together to create communities that are more resilient and safer from loss due to wildfires, and whereas we recognize that each of us can do our part to prepare for wildfire emergencies by taking steps to make effective changes to our landscapes and homes and help ensure people have the necessary resources and knowledge to help protect themselves from wildfire losses. And whereas we encourage all residents to recognize the importance of wildfire prevention efforts and work together to enhance our readiness, and whereas we applaud the Mount Lemon Firewise team, founded in 2004 after the devastating Aspen fire, for its efforts to keep mountain residents properly safe. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Saturday, May 4th, 2024 to be Wildfire Community Preparedness Day in Pima County, and encourages citizens and organizations throughout the community to take action to raise awareness and reduce wildfire risks. In the Greater Green Valley area, the Firewise program is coordinated through the Community Emergency Response Team, John McGee and Kevin McNichols, who are with us today. 4 Green Valley communities were certified last year. They are Solar del Viejo, La Cañada Desert Homes 1, The Springs at Santa Rita, Portillo Ridge HOA. At least 10 neighborhoods have had assessments completed, and 17 have heard presentations about the Firewise program. Also, 3 Catalina Foothills communities have been certified since 2017. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Saturday, May 4th to be Wildfire Community Preparedness Day in Pima County, and encourages citizens and organizations throughout the community to take action to raise awareness and reduce wildfire risks. Passed and adopted this 16th day of April 24th. Congratulations and fine work to all of you.
I do? Yeah. The fire chief asked me to say something. I'm Steve Brigham, and I'm honored to be on the Mount Lemon Firewise Steering Committee. We are here representing not only the 800 properties that are up there, but the entire community of Mount Lemon, and also the 30 neighborhoods that have Firewise captains that deal directly with the neighborhoods. The proclamation really said it all, so there's nothing more to say other than it takes a lot of people to put out a fire. It takes an awful lot of people in an entire community and a board of supervisors to help us mitigate wildfire risks. So thank you, especially to the District 4 team. I can't believe all the work that you've done for us. I know how much work our team has done, but you've been there and supportive, so thank you so much.
How about anybody from Green Valley?
For Green Valley, it's really the work of John McGee and the CERT volunteers who are active in the community and just making a difference within our local neighborhoods. So thank you to John and his team.
Thank you so much. Summer Haven, Mount Lemon.
I do.
And that makes her a constituent of mine.
I am.
So,
And I want to compliment Beth and Supervisor Christie because every time there is a homeowners meeting, they do an amazing job and are always given plenty of kudos because they really take great care of the community of Summer Haven. So thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. And how many proclamations did you say we still have? 114, that's great. We have one more, actually, and this is just approval, proclaiming the week of May 1st through May 7th to be Youth Week in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you, and so we'll be presenting that later. All right, so next we have call to the public. We have 8 speakers, and so if you would like to speak, please go ahead and put in a card. Otherwise, every speaker will have 3 minutes. Citizens attending meetings shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling, yells, or similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. With that, I'll call on Robert Royce, Lori Moore, and and Corey Stevens.
Good morning. I've got 3 minutes, and I'll cover 3 things very quickly. First, the organic fruits and vegetables I've been thriving on for the last 50 years have gotten very expensive, and I have a need to put in a winter garden next year, but I don't want it to jack up my sewer rates. So I would ask someone in authority to come up with some kind of plan so people could actually use a little water for gardening in the winter without paying for it to the tune of an extra $5 or $10 a month. And I leave that to your genius to come up with a plan by next winter. Thank you. City council meetings are getting a little crazy. The mayor is not keeping order. There's a very disrespectful attitude that is developing, which I consider a little dangerous, and an enormous amount of police officers that have been mostly outside the council chambers to keep a riot from starting. I find it unacceptable. The mayor, she's over her head as far as calming either the city or the council chambers, and there's very little I can do if she won't acknowledge me. I mean, I calmed Carbondale, Illinois in one 50-minute city council presentation. We've gone 50 years without a riot. Since then, every time I have calmed the city council chamber, the mayor has actually been grateful. I have yet to find a mayor who was not grateful when it turns out I have more talent at calming crowds than they do. Sheriff McGee in 1990 enjoyed the fact that they didn't need any police officers at all. They had 100 deputies and federal police on call, and they didn't need any of them because I had established a respectful attitude at the very beginning. And finally, this is what I really stand for, the great threat. A balance of power. This is 1990, the announcement of our group supports mayor council system. Lately, we've been seeing mostly 7-0 votes. 2 years later, when the second petition was certified by the county, a better future for Fayetteville. That's what I promised. That's what I delivered. That's what I stand for. And you should understand I am not a threat to anybody, including you, because the only thing I've ever asked for is a chance to build a better future for Tucson, which is what I delivered in Fayetteville. Thank you.
Lori Moore?
Hold on. Okay. Good morning. Today is National Library Day. I didn't plan on it, but it worked out pretty well. The Pima County Board of Supervisors is telling us that they have developed best practices for libraries, yet the libraries continue to order sexually explicit material that should be outlawed. Unsupervised ordering practices for the public libraries have stocked shelves with readily accessible X-rated pornography for teens. These books contain depictions of graphic sex that do not even follow the movie theater guidelines. Movies are rated G, PG, PG-13, R, and X for developmental reasons. Our public libraries do not adhere to those standards. Playboy and Penthouse magazines are wrapped in brown cover, and you have to prove you are 18 years old to purchase them. They are not as sexually graphic as the teen section in our public library. Your friendly neighborhood public library will introduce your kids to all things sexual by 13 without your knowledge or permission. In middle school, a child has to have parental consent to participate in the family life curriculum. No parental consent is needed in the graphic teen aisle of the library. 2 books with graphic sexual content are Let's Talk About It and The Field Guide to FUCKING. These books violate the obscenity laws in the Arizona Revised Statute, Section 13. If these books were made into movies, they would be rated X, yet they are openly available in Pima County libraries in the graphic teen section. I have copies of the statutes for you. Basically, anything that depicts graphic sex to minors is a felony. These are felonies. When shown the X-rated book titled Let's Talk About It, Chairwoman Grijalva thought there was nothing wrong with this book for teens. I guess she is not aware of the AZ obscenity laws or doesn't care. At the very least, these books should be in an adult bookstore, and the very most, they should be thrown out. They're garbage.
Corey Stevens?
Good morning. Agenda item 22, unfunded PSPRS Corp pensions for the Sheriff and Corrections Department. Simply moving $300 million unfunded pension liability a few items down on a balance sheet and adding $50 million in interest does not solve the unfunded pension liability problem. It just kicks the can down the road and ties up 15% of future state shared revenues. In addition, I see that transfers out of the general fund were made to support unfunded pension liability debt, which according to the CAFR, June 30th, 2023, was $131,443,000. Today, another $10 million, this time you are wanting to pull from the pension reserve fund. How will you address moving these revenues to paying the bonds? Will you raise taxes or cut services? If so, which services? There aren't enough deputies to respond to the crime you have perpetuated in Pima County. The Dems on this board have funded the wide open border and drugs are flowing onto our streets. I guess cutting the sheriff's department budget won't be an option. The bottom line is that the county contribution can't keep pace with the liability. The return on investment isn't what you expected. Just look at the percentages in your chart. PSPRS went from 93.2% to 83.8%, and Corp went from 96.3% to 89.7%. Your funded percentage dropped 10 points. You guys aren't just kicking the can, you're playing Russian roulette. You all are here for just a short time, but the people who have paid into this worked 20 plus years and will work for the next 25 years to get these pensions. Their lives depend on this. I can't imagine this being a hiring incentive having an insolvent retirement system. Big failure for you, great campaign message for me. I will go to every single meeting when I speak to the public and point out every single item on this and explain that this is a huge issue for every single deputy, for every single correction officer, and I will explain where all the failures are. So let's fix it.
Dave Smith, followed by Gannett Roth and Anna Griff.
3 minutes, I have to rewrite everything.
I'll slow down. I can add paragraphs now. Exactly. Well, good morning, board. Dave Smith again here to nag and please ask you to think about what's going on. You know, we've had all these wonderful proclamations. Jim Click, who's been a wonderful citizen here, I remember him coming into our radio TV production class at U of A 52 years ago. That's how old I am. And the young, dynamic car dealer had come to town to tell us his marketing strategy, and we all enjoyed it. Back then, we all said, well, that's exactly right, Hank. Well, whenever the whole rugby team said that. And, you know, it's good that you guys are celebrating him because he has been a wonderful, force for good in this community. But the thing I'm asking you to think about, there's a lot of things, there's forces for bad going on. The Tohono O'odham Reservation is now asking for federal help. The cartels are invading, and tribal problems all over this country. You know, having worked on the Navajo Reservation, I know how difficult drugs and other addictions can be. And yet here we have the cartels moving in and creating all these problems on the reservations. It's great to have a proclamation, but it's a moot proclamation if you don't show concern by actually enforcing the laws. Now, ironically, you're going to have a resolution in a minute that actually you're going to encourage people to break the law. And yet you all took an oath of office. Did everyone here? Sam, you took an oath of office, and you're an attorney, a county attorney. And you have signed off on that proclamation, and that would be encouraging people to not obey a law. Now, you're breaking your oath of office. The oath of office says this. It says that you will impartially enforce the laws. I know when I was a street cop, there were laws I thought weren't particularly good. There were ordinances, certainly, I thought were a little silly. But I didn't have the choice to say, no, you know what, that law's not right. That's why you're a legislative body. You pick and choose your own ordinances, you enforce them. Often people don't agree with them. But I ask you to think about these things. You make an oath of office. Part of it is to take care of the communities, all the communities. You're here for the common good. That includes just not have Tohono O'odham talks about the land, but talk about the security and welfare of our people. And the security and welfare of all the people here. It's great, a proclamation for fighting fires. I swear, I spent several years fighting fires up on the Coconino. It's better to prevent a fire than fight it because it's really hard in wildlands. But I appreciate it when you do these proclamations, but I would also appreciate it when you follow your oath and don't encourage disobedience. Whatever you feel about an issue, you've sworn an oath to enforce the laws. And demagoguing it doesn't help, doesn't resolve it. So I ask you to think about those things. Think about the common good for Pima County. That is your responsibility. That's your obligation. So I just ask you to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeanette Roth.
Good morning. I'm Jeanette Roth. I've been a student success coach at JobPath for the past 4.5 years, and I just wanted to share a student story with you today. And I wanted to show how the partnership between Pima County One Stop and JobPath is very critical to student success. So Tisha started and stopped her nursing school dream several times in her life. She always had good grades in high school and knew that she possessed the tenacity, but accessing the financial resources sometimes proved insurmountable. So I met Tisha when she was a single mom of 4 children and 2 grandchildren. Tisha had found JobPath through an advisor at Pima Community College. I was hopeful that Tisha's income level would qualify her for tuition assistance from Pima County One Stop. She did, and she was enrolled with Pima County One Stop, and I met her case manager, Curtis. Curtis and his team helped Tisha with tuition payments and book purchases, while JobPath helped Tisha by covering her internet costs and providing her with a refurbished laptop for school. In nursing school, you can only have 1 absence per semester or you are dropped from the program. So JobPath also helped pay for her car repairs and provided her with a monthly fuel stipend. And at the end of her program, One Stop was able to pay for Tisha's RN certification exam. Just by coincidence, I met with Tisha yesterday, the first I'd spoken to her for months. She was thrilled to report that she has a full-time nursing job at the state prison, and she absolutely loves it. Tisha says that she's now training other nurses, and she's so proud of herself. For the first time, she's making a living wage, and her kids are thriving. So one thing that Curtis shared with me in an email that always stuck with me is teamwork makes the dream work. And so I love that so much, I actually posted that in our photocopy room at JobPath, and everybody made fun of me. But it sounds like a cliche, but the whole is truly greater than the sum of its parts. Tisha reminded me yesterday that she could not have achieved her dreams without JobPath and Pima County One Stop working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Grip.
Good morning, Chair Grijalva, supervisors, staff, and guests. My name is Anna Greif. I'm the CEO at JobPath. I'd like to provide additional context on the role that JobPath plays in local economic development that sets us apart from the services of the Pima County One Stop. The 2 organizations do share similarities, but are better described as complementary. Whereas the one-stop system is designed to help a very broad range of residents receiving training in a variety of occupations, JobPath is highly targeted, designed to ensure enough people enter the high-demand industries critical to the county's economic development efforts. The programs we support, such as aviation and nursing, are highly regulated and require full-time attendance, so students can't hold down full-time work at the same time. This puts our low-income students in very precarious economic situations, and they still have to pay rent, utilities, and living expenses. These students need us to join forces and support them in as many ways as possible. However, most government funds require emergencies, for example, eviction notices, in order to cover rent and late fees. Yet adult students will not put their families at risk of being evicted because of their educational pursuits. They will first quit school so they can work longer hours to pay those bills, which is the opposite of what they need to do for their long-term prosperity. That is why JobPath's flexible funding from the county's general fund is critical to their success. It allows students to address financial challenges before they become a distraction or a disruption from their education so they can complete, get into the workforce, and access their higher-paying job. JobPath works with the county's Department of Economic Development to ensure our resources are used in a highly targeted manner in support of county priorities and employer needs. For example, when Pima Community College completed their expansion of the Aviation Technology Center in response to growth in the aerospace industry, JobPath worked to ensure we could support an increased number of students in that program. Similarly, JobPath expects an increase in healthcare students needing support from PCC's Healthcare Center of Excellence expansion when it's completed to help address the region's dire need for healthcare workers. JobPath is very proud of the impact we have achieved working collaboratively with the Pima County One Stop. I hope this helps paint a picture of how both of our organizations work together to help more adults get through workforce training and access jobs that pay family-sustaining wages while meeting the needs of employers and our community. JobPath is grateful for the 25-year partnerships we have with Pima County and proud of our combined efforts that have benefited thousands of Pima County residents. We applaud the Board of Supervisors' desire to find a way to increase partnership and collaboration between our two entities and will continue to work together for better engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Hanna, followed by Jenny Grable, Jennifer Marmion, and last speaker is Kyle Scanlon. So if anyone else wanted to put in a card, please do so.
Good morning, Chair Grijalva, supervisors, and staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak to item number 10 on today's agenda addendum, duplication of Pima County programs and/or services. My name is Mark Hanna. I'm the chair of the Metropolitan Education Commission and also serve on the Pima County Planning and Zoning Commission. I'm honored to know several of you personally, having worked as a college counselor at Catalina High School, where Supervisor Scott was my outstanding principal, and I served alongside an equally amazing educator, Supervisor Lee, on the Pima Community College Governing Board. As chair of the Metropolitan Education Commission, I assist in overseeing an organization founded nearly 30 years ago by another legendary educator, Dr. June Webb-Vinieri, who, along with the city and county leaders at the time, created a collaboration of community leaders, school districts, higher ed institutions, and governments to advocate for K-12 education and support post-secondary education for all residents, regardless of their economic status. The MEC continues to do that with programs such as the annual Teen Town Hall, where students get to tell leaders the real issues they are facing, and Regional College Career Access Center, bringing together high school counselors, college admissions advisors, financial aid and scholarship providers to devise ways to better serve local students on the path to college, as well as working with AmeriCorps and Arizona Serves to place peer coaches in 22 local high schools to assist their fellow students, over 4,000 this year alone, with college applications and completing FAFSA and other scholarship opportunities. Our Youth Advisory Council, made up of student leaders from high schools across our community, is a training ground for future community leaders, including alumni such as Patrick Burns, Andres Cano, and many others. And finally, the MEC Crystal Apple Awards, given each year to outstanding educators and community partners, are one of the premier recognitions of service to quality education in our city. You have in your meeting packet a report from the county administrator that concludes the statement, the offerings and services by MEC are not otherwise duplicated by Pima County. Ladies and gentlemen, my passion is giving young people opportunities to change their and their families' lives forever by access to affordable education. I urge you to recognize the value of the MEC and continue to support our efforts to improve the quality of life for all our citizens through education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanna. Jenny Grable?
Chair Grijalva?
Yes.
For the record, Supervisor Hines has joined the meeting remotely.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you so much for having me this morning. My name is Jenny Grable. I am Vice President of Programs at Social Venture Partners Tucson, and I am here today to speak on behalf of JobPath and the incredible resources that they provide, the incredible collaborative partners, and to just reiterate that their services are complementary and deeply enhance what Pima County One Stop provides to students, student parents, and really to support the upward mobility of families. They are a part of our two-generation collaboration. In fact, they are one of our most valuable nonprofit partners because of the deep work that they do with their clients. Their student parents, they get to know, and they help link those student parents to additional resources that enhance the well-being of their families while they're working to truly move their family from poverty to opportunity. Their services are critical because many individuals might not enter into government for various reasons, whereas the nonprofit sector is a unique entry point into resources that can really help this upward mobility and economic advancement. They are just so important to our community. I hope you will continue to fund their work, especially in line with the Prosperity Initiative and the need that this community has for upward mobility for families. So please consider this in your considerations, and thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you. Jennifer Marmion? And then last two speakers are Kyle Scanlon and Nicole Miller.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jennifer Marmion, and I am a current success coach with JobPath. I did come from Pima County One Stop. I loved it. I've loved the opportunities I've been given to help others grow. I was with JobPath for 2 years. With Pima County One Stop for 2 years. And in that time, I'm able to help students to pay for tuition, pay for books, tools maybe that they're needed, uniforms. And that's kind of where that stayed, their educational part of it. I had students that were co-enrolled with JobPath, and that was where that came in. And it was amazing because I had students at that time asking me, I need help with rent. I need a tire for my vehicle. Those were expenses that we could not cover. So if I knew that a student was co-enrolled, which is the most beautiful part about all this, if I knew they were co-enrolled, they were able to go to JobPath and say, hey, I have this, a utility bill, my electric's gonna be shut off. And they were able to go to their JobPath success coach, and that was all taken care of. I did not want any of my students to have electricity turned off, their car repossessed, being evicted. Those are all things that as collaboratively that we want to avoid. So I had the opportunity to go to JobPath. I am beyond ecstatic being there. I now can guide students with what Pima County One Stop can help with, the educational funding part. But with us coming together, I have students that we are able to pay a utility bill, and their utility is not shut off. Their family is still intact, and that's what we want. My caseload is a little bit smaller. I feel that I'm able to build genuine relationships with my students, and I have a very good rapport where they can, reach out. They can reach out, and we are able to make an impact. I am honored to work for JobPath. I could not be prouder. Anybody that I approach, or that I know that they're in school or they need something, it's like, hey, go ahead and give us a call. Let's see if you're eligible, and let's get you in there, because that's what I was a single mom at that point as well, long time ago, and I didn't have these opportunities. This is very much needed, and I will fight for this, and I will make sure that it is clearly seen that we work collaboratively in order to make big impacts on these students' lives and to see them succeed. And that's why we're here, to see them succeed.
Thank you. Kyle Scanlon? And Nicole Miller, if you're here and you want to come up, that would be great. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, good morning. My name is Kyle. I work for JobPath as well. I'm a student success coach. So I'm here today just to talk about JobPath and how JobPath is unique, and how the work we're doing is very important. How I want to do that is I want to share a story about a student that we helped he's been with JobPath in 2023 is when he joined JobPath. He came to us as a nursing student, first year nursing student. As Anna mentioned, that program is pretty rigorous, and a lot of students, they're either working part-time, 25 hours a week, or some of them can't even work at all, just because of how much work is within the nursing program. There's classes that students are going to 2 or 3 times a week. They're going to clinical sites 2 or 3 times a week as well. And on top of that, they're studying, prepping for their exams. So it's very stressful for students. They can't work, they can't afford their bills. So this particular student came to JobPath seeking assistance for rent and utility assistance mainly. So the first year of him being in the nurse program, we're mainly helping him with that portion. So past the first year, going into the second year, school got a little harder, classes got harder. He had to work less, so that in turn caused him to not be able to afford his rent. So he ended up living in his car for the last year of nursing program, which was pretty intense for him, as you can imagine, trying to go to school, working part-time, and now he's living in the car in the summertime when it's 100 degrees out. So just picture that. So it went from the first year, us helping him with the rent utility assistance, to the second year, us helping him with car payments, his auto insurance, and gas stipends. So as you can see, JobPath is pretty versatile in the types of assistance that we could provide. And there's no other organizations that I know that can do all of that. Like Arizona at Work, they're primarily just providing financial assistance for school-related expenses. So tuition, uniforms, books, tools, equipment. I saw in the memo that was sent out that was kind of comparing us to Arizona at Work. And while we do offer a lot of the same services, I think we do a lot more than Arizona at Work. They're primarily just school expenses. We do childcare, utility assistance, car breaks down, fuel stipends. So I just want to say it's important to keep on supporting JobPath and providing financial assistance to help students. And I'm happy to report that student I mentioned about the nursing who's living in his car, he did graduate in May of 2023. He's now an RN, working at TMC, making $35 an hour. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Nicole Miller.
Hello all, my name is Nicole Miller, and I didn't even know if I was going to be able to come here. I walked into work today and my boss and her supervisor were able to arrange it, so I was able to come here today. I do come regarding the main issue of discussion regarding the near total abortion ban, and I come with, as somebody who is an anti-violence activist, especially around domestic violence and sexual assault. Even if there were an exception for rape, that would absolutely be an unenforceable and ludicrous ban, because it would still involve the courts and police officers determining whether a rape had happened. So I'm speaking again as an activist and as somebody who has gone through horrific experiences with the police botching an investigation, just horrific. I simply look at this ban as not only unenforceable and ludicrous. The mere fact that it was brought back into effect is part of the fabric of violence against women. It is a form of tyranny, and even if it continues, even if it is enforced for even a briefest period before November, women will lose their lives because of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miller was our last speaker, and so if there isn't anyone else, I'm going to go ahead and close the call to the audience and ask if any of my colleagues wish to ask staff to review a matter, ask that a matter be put on a future agenda, or respond to a criticism. Don't see anything, so we're going to move on. Thank you. Thank you for everyone who came. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Supervisor Hines.
Yes, if I could briefly, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, just briefly on the subject of that was brought up by, I believe, Dave Smith and others, and our most recent speaker, with regard to the near total abortion ban and the resolution that I have proposed. I just wanted to make a couple of quick remarks. Firstly, I think it's important for everyone to understand that this was done at a time in 1864 when the state of Arizona was a territory and also an active rebelling member of the Confederacy. I think this is not just from a territorial legislature, it's from a then enemy of the Union. This is a big deal. To have an Arizona Supreme Court endorsing, enforcing, reinstating something that was passed by Confederate territorial lawmakers, of course not women, by the light of candle, scrawling on parchment from inkwells with quill pens. The age of consent was 10 years old in 1864. And disobedience to a Confederate territorial law, I'm absolutely fine with encouraging that. So thank you for your remarks, Mr. Smith, and I appreciate you being here as always.
Thank you. Any other? Okay, we're going to go ahead and skip executive session until 12 and move on to flood control district. Board of Supervisors sitting as other boards. Item 12 is flood control district. This is info only. There's no presentation. Is that right? Okay, so I'll go ahead and move the item, riparian habitat mitigation plans.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Library District Board. This is item number 13, revisions to the Board of Supervisors policy. This is, staff is recommending approval of the proposed revisions of the Pima County Library Collection Development Policy, and it is National Librarian Day, so I think it's appropriate that we're voting on this. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
if you look in the background, there's a couple of troubling issues that they highlight under the discussion. They talk about the library collection development policy and layout and editing changes and special collections that was clarified to direct staff regarding customer access and display. And in the midst of all these of sections that are being redeveloped and reiterated and represented as a change, a couple of them I need to have some clarification on. One says in all of these lists that there are changes to collection maintenance in order to offer flexibility for inclusive materials. First, what are inclusive materials, and what is the flexibility of including inclusive materials?
I see our director, Amber Mathewson. Did you want to address anything, or just Administrator Lesher? No. Okay.
Simply to recognize that the library director is here to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
To offer flexibility for inclusive materials.
There we go. Thank you, Chair Grijalva, supervisors. Inclusive materials means providing materials that are for all individuals, age, nationality. We do our best with languages. Flexibility is just the ability to purchase the different kinds of materials. So whether it be electronic or physical or those types of things.
Madam Chair, we saw some examples of some books that are being displayed in the libraries. Are those inclusive materials?
Absolutely. And I would just like to remind ourselves that libraries support access to materials. We do not defend content.
Madam Chair, and the second issue that I'd like some clarification, it states here that in all of these changes, there's going to be clarification that parental rights and responsibilities pertain only to their own children. What does that mean?
We absolutely uphold the right of every individual and every parent to make decisions for themselves and their children and their families, what's appropriate for them to check out. However, it is not up to them to make choices for other individuals.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for being here, Director Mathewson. With that, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. And then we have item 14 is to provide library furniture. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. This Demco has been doing business since 1905 in library furniture. I just thought that was an interesting little tidbit of information. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item Supervisor Hines, is that a yes? Thumb up? Yes. Item passes unanimously. Okay. There is a delay, Supervisor. So just so you all know, if I'm waiting, it's because I'm waiting for Supervisor Hines to give me a thumb up. If
Yeah,
he's
make-
voting
make
yes
sure
or
he-
a thumb
make sure
down.
he holds up the right finger.
You know, he'll hold up the right finger. It's fine. Yeah, but there is a little delay. So if you're wondering why I'm pausing, it's because I'm just waiting. All right. So sitting as the Board of Supervisors, item 15 is approval of the consent calendar. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 16, this is unfinished business from a couple of meetings regarding outside agency program funding. This was an item that was initially brought forward by Supervisor Hines. Did you want to address the item? This was an additional, it's been a minute, so I'll just speak on it. It's asking for fiscal year 25 to increase the amount of outside agency funding for an additional $600,000.
Yeah, I do recall this. I supported it then. I continue to support that. I don't know if there's been any change in staff recommendations at this point, but I think it was actually, I believe it was I think it was perhaps the chair and also maybe Supervisor Scott that wanted to wait until we were a bit closer to the end of the budget cycle to contemplate this. So I guess I would like to hear from my colleagues.
Okay. I'll speak on the item only because as someone who used to write for funding for outside agency and sat through hours and years of organizations coming and speaking about the wonderful work they're doing, I'm incredibly supportive of outside agency, and I don't want to see our board make any cuts to outside agency. I'm just concerned at this time in our budget when upcoming items is going to talk about where we are financially, if this is the year that we can afford to put additional monies into outside agency. But that's just me. Supervisor Lee.
I would like to propose that we, can you hear me?
No.
My
There you
light
go.
is on. Oh, sorry. I would like to ask for the board to agree to move this item after we discuss duplication of service addendum number 10. If we could look at it after that.
Sure. I don't have an issue with that. Is that okay with you, Supervisor Hines? Okay, just remind me.
Thank you.
I'll bring it back. Okay. Now we're on item 17, Board of Supervisors, representative updates on boards, committees, commissions, and other municipalities. Colleagues, Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. I wanted to let my colleagues know that it is still the intention of the 9 members of the Regional Transportation Authority Board to schedule a special meeting to discuss the further development of an RTA Next plan. We are having tremendous difficulty agreeing on a date that works for all 9 members, and I do not envy the task of the secretary to our board. She is still trying to find that date. I did want my colleagues to know that on Monday, I am going to be meeting with all county staff members who are representatives to committees that are part of not just the RTA board structure, but also the Pima Association of Governments Regional Council structure, because both myself and county administration want to hear from our employees who serve on those committees about their overall experience and how we can better support their roles as our representatives on those committees. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. Any other reports? Supervisor
Yes,
Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I had a wonderful opportunity to attend the Youth Advisory Committee with Metropolitan Ed Committee, and I was so impressed with their 15 students from all over Pima County and what they wanted to practice with myself and City Council member Lane Santa Cruz was they are planning on going to the legislature to interview various individuals, and they wanted to practice how to present themselves. And I was so impressed because these are our future leaders of this county, our city of Tucson, other municipalities, and they were from all kinds of walks of life, and I was just very impressed with how incredibly intelligent and articulate they were. So, thank you.
Thank you. I've had the opportunity to be that person that they interview too. It's fun. Yeah. Any other?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I apologize. I neglected to mention that the time for that meeting on Monday is 11:30 a.m. in the large copper conference room in the historic courthouse. If any supervisor or member of their staff would like to join us for that meeting, you would be most welcome.
Thank you. Okay, and I don't have any updates, haven't had any meetings. Now we're on item 18, Pima County Treasurer, appointment of the treasurer. This is an item, I think we have two options, two candidates, Chris Ackerley and Patty Anderson. There was a forum. Patty Davidson, I apologize. Might I have Anderson here? I don't know. What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I'd like to nominate Chris Ackerley to fulfill the remaining term of the outgoing treasurer, Beth Ford.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. I have concerns about appointing somebody who is running for the position.
Chair Grijalva.
And Ms. Davidson is qualified, has held the position, and so that's where I stand. Supervisor Scott.
Chair Grijalva, before speaking to the reasons for my support for Mr. Ackerley's appointment, I would like to make some remarks related to the processes we follow when considering appointments to various positions. Since this board took office at the beginning of 2021, we have appointed people to fill vacancies for constable, state legislative seats, and the District 3 supervisor position. Each one of those vacancies came with their own contexts and circumstances, and we handled each one based on their unique attributes. With regard to the legislative seats, state law requires us to appoint one of the three people whose names come to us from the political party in the district where the vacancy occurred. The party usually holds their own forum, so we have not asked the League of Women Voters to conduct one for us. With all the other positions, as with this one, we scheduled forums not only for the public, but so we could have a means for comparing and contrasting the candidates as they respond to common questions. In addition, some supervisors choose to schedule interviews with each candidate for these appointments. I always do so. Meeting with candidates one-on-one provides me with another means for evaluating and comparing them. Some have said that when a previous board appointed a successor to Sheriff Dupnick, who was a longtime office holder, just as Treasurer Ford is, that we should follow the example set by those supervisors. They did not ask other members of Dupnick's political party if they were interested in the position. Instead, they simply appointed the person Dupnick recommended, who was his chief deputy. I am not saying this to be critical of our predecessors, but I was not at all comfortable following their example in this instance, nor would I likely ever be. Others have said that when this board appointed Supervisor Lee to fill out the remainder of Supervisor Bronson's term, that we set a precedent whereby we would not appoint someone who said they would be a candidate for the office. Two of my colleagues nominated three different people for the District 3 position who said they would be candidates before we selected Supervisor Lee, so there was clearly no concern for establishing that precedent at that time. Moreover, there was already the promise of a multi-candidate party primary in District 3 when the appointment came before us. There are almost 9,000 more Democrats than Republicans in District 3, and we have held the seat since 1996. Mr. Ackerley has no primary opposition for the Republican nomination for treasurer. If he did, I would not be willing to support his appointment. There are 237,410 registered Democrats in our county, as opposed to 176,493 Republicans. Even if he has almost 7 months as the appointed treasurer before the election, Mr. Ackerley still faces daunting numbers in his election bid. Treasurer Ford herself, even running as a 5-term incumbent, was only narrowly reelected in 2020. It is not a claim that stands up to scrutiny that we would be giving Mr. Ackerley some kind of advantage if we appoint him to fill out the rest of Treasurer Ford's term, given those numbers. And as a Democrat, I certainly have no interest in giving him any kind of advantage in the general election. I also believe that Supervisor Lee was the most qualified of the people who sought the appointment in District 3. She was the only person previously elected by district voters, and she has a long, distinguished leadership career that I believe was more impressive than the other candidates. Not only did she meet the expectation I had in that context to select someone who would not be a candidate for the office, she stood out in terms of her experience and credentials. Experience and credentials are the same reason why I have decided to support Mr. Ackerley for this appointment. Ms. Davidson has more total time in the office, but she has not worked there in 8 years. The office has changed dramatically in terms of its structure and operations since 2016. I believe that Mr. Ackerley is better suited to oversee the changes that will come about with the system conversion processes now underway with Workday at the overall county level and Tyler Visions within the school superintendent's office. He spoke at great length during our interview about his knowledge of and engagement with these monumental system conversions. Mr. Ackerley told me that oversight of daily cash flow and the tax collection summary report were both the responsibility of Treasurer Ford before he became the chief deputy. He described his plan for strengthening constituent service within the office and how that would include enhanced collaboration with the assessor and her team. I also had a clear understanding of his investment philosophy and how it might evolve as market conditions change. He also described in detail the various ways the office can be a resource and support to the county school districts. Several years ago, Mr. Ackerley served in the Arizona legislature. He maintains relationships with current legislators of both parties. He described current legislation affecting a Pima County school district that he is helping to advance. I feel strongly that his prior service in Phoenix would benefit the office and the county overall, as well as strengthen our work with various state associations. There's another notable part of Mr. Ackerley's experience. He was a teacher in our public schools for 22 years. For 5 of those years, we were colleagues at a local high school, with me serving as an assistant principal and he as a math teacher. I always admired how Mr. Ackerley was able to build connections and understanding with strong math learners, weak math learners, and everyone in between. He was a caring, innovative, and student-centered teacher. What I saw from him in those 5 years tells me a lot about how he would work on behalf of our constituents in partnership with the staff at the office. I was very impressed with Ms. Davidson's long record of service to Pima County in the treasurer's office and other county offices. She also worked for the town of Oro Valley. There is no doubt in my mind that she is pursuing this appointment motivated by the same values that clearly guided her career. Even given her obvious selflessness, Mr. Ackerley is far better qualified to run the office for the next 7 months based on his superior understanding of its operations, structure, and the challenges it is facing. I very much hope we will approve his appointment today. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, we have a motion and a second. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Hines?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry about the delay. I appreciate those remarks from Supervisor Scott. And as I've been looking at the situation myself, I believe both candidates are qualified for a 7-month stewardship of the office. The voters of the county have returned Beth Ford to this office for multiple terms. And I just think, come January of 2025, no matter who we select right now, this is going to it's going to be well, it's going to be a guy, right? So I think that all else being pretty much equal in terms of the stewardship for the 7 months, I would prefer to continue to have a woman in the office. So I will be supporting the other candidate. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? All right, I'll go ahead. We have a motion and a second. I'll ask for a roll call, please.
And this is for the appointment of John Christopher Akerly to fill the remainder of the term until December 31, 2024. Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
No.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
No. Item passes 3-2. Congratulations, Mr. Ackerley. Thank you for your service, Ms. Ford. Okay, now we're on item 19, Revised American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, and Local Fiscal Recovery Budget. Administrator Lesher.
Excuse me. Thank you much. Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva, members of the board. As you may recall, we began in September of 2021 to bring a plan to the board to discuss and determine how the various American Rescue Funds would be spent in order to support a variety of programs that existed in Pima County. We have come back to the board on 3 occasions so far to tweak that spend plan, if you will. Our concern is we work with the Grants Management Department, our deputy county administrators, and the direct programs involved, simply to make sure that we are seeing that the programs will in fact be will be able to spend all the monies that they have by the end of the year, by the end of the time that we must have these funds obligated. So as we look through the dollars periodically, we come back with a recommendation. You've had one like this before, where we simply looked at, is there, in order to absolutely ensure that those dollars are all spent, can we move and allocate anything that might, if there's any question that it just might not be spent by the end of the year, can we move it to another expenditure column? And perhaps move that with general fund. So to be clear, we are not proposing any new programs. We are not proposing the elimination of any programs. We are simply looking to make sure that all of our dollars, I believe it's called Susselfurf dollars under ARPA, that we are ensuring the appropriate allocation. We will be coming back one more time to the board. It's anticipated to make sure, as we're doing one more opportunity to take another slice at this and make sure that we are spending the dollars appropriately for a final allocation and determination by the board. If, as an example, we were to say today that we thought that some funds were not going to be expended, we moved them away from an ARPA allocation, but we continue to monitor that, and it appears that they will be able to successfully use the dollars, we can make a real allocation at that time. But again, this is more of a financial reallocation. I want to reiterate, we are not starting new programs. We're not eliminating programs at this time. We do have staff. Deputy County Administrator Holmes works with the Grants Management Department and has been reviewing this, and I know that the 3 Deputy County Administrators have been meeting regularly on this, watching every one of the programs, as well as those dollars. So I know that they are here to answer any questions as well.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, Ms. Lesher, in previous meetings, I can't recall exactly which one, but it wasn't too long ago, you alluded to the fact that there has been some interest accrued in ARPA funds. How much interest has accrued? Are they included in this amount that we're talking about, or are they pending? And if they're pending, where are they? I noticed that EELS was formally paid out of this interest fund. That is interesting as to how much has been accrued, where is it, what do you plan to do with it? Is it included in this overall picture?
Chairman Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, it is about $8 million. You will see it identified later on the agenda in that we have looked at moving that interest into one of the elements that we'll be looking to provide some of the fund balance as we move into the discussion about the monthly financial report as well as next year's budget. So we have identified it there. It's called out in a line item. if possible, we can either pull those documents up now, or you will see how we have delineated that in the overall budget discussion of how we would propose the board direct the use of those funds.
So, Madam Chair, to be clear, it's $8 million of accrued interest in the ARPA funds.
If I'm, Chairman Grijalva, I'm looking out to, yes, $8 million, just to confirm that number. Yes, sir. And we do have it delineated as a line item in some of the budget discussions that are before you later this morning.
And Madam Chair, and I notice also in the spreadsheet that you attached that two of the projects that are in progress or enhanced are emergency eviction legal services, or EELS, and emergency housing support, case management, and supportive services. Combined, those are roughly $10 million. What is the difference between the two?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, it deals primarily with legal support of eviction and the actual housing themselves. That's simply the Reader's Digest version, and I would look to staff for additional clarity or granularity. Or did that pretty well sum up? Thank you. From the one is housing, one is the legal support for evictions, to prevent evictions.
And does ARPA interest have any spending restrictions?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, it is, as part of the overall ARPA plan, there are general guidance and direction. It is not quite as, I might say, draconian. There's, as you know, numerous rules that govern the expenditures of ARPA. While it is ARPA funding, it is looser in how we look at those allocations. That's why we simply have it as a line item on the budget for the board's consideration about the potential use of those funds in the new fiscal year.
Madam Chair, and of course, my concern is this is not to become some sort of a slush fund where if there are any gaps in funding or else we'll just dip into the interest accrued and place it in any kind of a policy. So that's why I asked the questions.
And Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, it for that reason, much like contingency funds or fund balance, we have called it out in a line item so it's easily identified in the new budget at this point, so you can see how those funds are, at least at this point, tentatively projected to be utilized.
Finally, Madam Chair, I heard the term flexible spending in this. Does that have any application to the interest?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, again, there are less rules from the federal guidelines related to the interest than there are for ARPA, but there are still rules that govern them, and we can certainly provide additional granularity on that. As you know, as we've moved through the ARPA allocations in the past, what we can and can't do are very specific. We are not looking in any way to supplant other activities. There's a variety of issues that must be reviewed through the grants management process with the program. So some, I would say, very, very limited flexibility within the guardrails as established by the federal regulations. And the flexibility is subject to the determination ultimately by the board.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Ms. Lesher, looking at your memorandum attached to this item dated April 10th, I want to commend you and the deputy county administrators for clearly following the direction and guidance of the board in terms of how to make use of these pandemic relief funds. So I'm not making this request in any kind of critical way, just my desire for additional information. If you look at page 2, there is a table that outlines the proposed budget reductions. In almost every instance, there is a reference to a discussion between a deputy county administrator and a department director. There's also a reference to additional staffing not being approved with regard to vector control. Certainly, I'm not asking for this right now, but could the board get some additional information on the content of those discussions that led to the recommendations for these reductions?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, absolutely happy to provide that. We did this in this, again, with some brevity, but simply to indicate that conversations had occurred with the directors and those involved in the program so that we had the opportunity to learn from their feedback as well, and not just simply provide this as an edict, but we will summarize all that conversation for you.
Thank you. And Chair Grijalva, one other quick question. With regard to the $3.2 million to continue the operations of the Emergency Eviction Legal Services team, do we anticipate that that will be sufficient to cover their operations for the coming fiscal year, or do we anticipate additional resources needed to continue that office?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, we believe at this point that that will cover the continuation of those services.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask a question and I'll call on you. Supervisor Christie, so that was one of the questions that I had. There is a list of projects attached to the item that says, some complete, some in progress. And I just want to make sure that all of these departments, and most of them are departments in Pima County. There's few exceptions like Curly Gymnasium and Ajo. Job Path is on here. That I want to make sure that everyone is aware that we can't make any changes to these allocations past December 31st of 2024, and that all of the funding has to be expended by December 31st, 2026.
That.
Okay, because I would at some point, and this is not urgent, obviously, but many of these programs are really important to Pima County. So we want to figure out, I want to understand how we're going to continue to provide support and the services that these projects provide to our community once the funding isn't there. And I know that those are hard decisions that will probably need to be made, but are we going to be seeking other grant funds? And then I want to make sure that at some point we get something from GMI regarding that all of these programs have met all of the requirements for federal funding. I have some concerns about whether all of that is happening, and I just want to make sure that Pima County is not putting ourselves in any kind of jeopardy or financial liability because we're not getting the information we need from different departments and organizations.
And Chair Grijalva, as part of this ongoing review and analysis, we work to make sure to speak to exactly what you've said, that these dollars are being used appropriately. If we have felt very strongly that any dollars that Pima County has provided to any other organization, it's Pima County who remains on the line as the fiscal agent with the federal government. Any clawback could occur to the county, and so we've been monitoring those issues very closely, and we'll be happy to provide that report and update to the board.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie, and then Supervisor Hines, did you have something? Okay, great. Supervisor Christie, then Supervisor
Madam Chair, I think it was noted that these monies must be spent by December 31st, is that correct? 2026, and if they're not spent by then, what happens? They're sent back. Why don't we just send it back now? Anyway.
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. So I just would like to remind my colleagues that, as we all know, economic development is actually one of our main charges as a county government, and tourism being a part of that, and tourism being one of the reasons that we can spend certain pots of the ARPA funding. And that these are essentially one-time funds. I would just remind my colleagues, most of whom have actually been to the historic property we now own, Teatro Carmen. We've seen recently Mr. Stratford, who was here, I want to say 2 meetings ago or maybe 3, the wonderful progress that he and his team have made there. And we need, it's our building. And we have a little bit more to go, probably $3 or so million more for that project to be completed. Delays in construction, as I'm finding out personally, cost a lot. So not doing everything possible to make sure that this project is completed as quickly as possible will be costly to the county taxpayers in the long term. And also it would deprive the region and the nation, I think, of this amazing historic property being a fully functional 250 to 300 person event space. We saw the national publicity in Condé Nast, in the New York Times. Not, of course, unprecedented, but highly unusual. There is great anticipation for this project to be completed. And again, this is in line with a one-time expenditure that is tourism and economic development focused. And I would just remind everyone that, we could direct some of these funds, if possible, to that. And I would certainly fully endorse that. So I know we have some more time this year to discuss that, but I think it's important just to bring that up, and it seems to fit really well in this space.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Chair Grijalva, thank you. I would like to say that, because we have quite a bit of dollars left, and we only have until December of 24 to make any changes before, we certainly, if you don't make changes and they aren't spent, we can't make changes after that, so we're at risk. So I'd like to ask Administrator Lesher, have there been findings thus far on any of those that are still in progress with regards to being out of compliance?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Lee, and I'm looking to our Deputy County Administrator Holmes, there have not been findings related to the programs that have been run and administered by Pima County. There, I believe, are some, there are discussions with, and I know that findings is a technical term, and it's the reason I'm hesitant at all, and don't mean to be playing with that. But I believe that there are concerns that have been expressed regarding some of the outside agency dollars. Mr. Holmes may have the information at his fingertips. If not, we'd be happy to provide a summary report to the board of what all those findings are. And Steve, what have I missed?
Chairman Grijalva, Supervisor Lee, just want to answer two of these. There are external agencies that are constantly being monitored. We have an internal monitoring team that are made up of team from GMI, and we have an external consultant that does yearly monitoring of the project as well. So it's pretty exhaustive in terms of the monitoring. Going back to Chairwoman Grijalva's statement, I feel really good about the compliance requirements that are set forth. I think it creates, to Supervisor Scott's point, some of those discussions I would characterize as sometimes somewhat tense, because there's an expectation to meet timelines and compliance requirements. Therefore, that's why we have these discussions routinely. And there's disagreement oftentimes between the departments and GMI around whether the spend down is there. But at the end of the day, we do have numbers that we have to show and allocate for it. Back to your point, Supervisor Lee, there are a couple external agencies that we work with. I know JobPath is here. I've been working extensively with GMI. There were some findings more recently. It looks like we have a pathway forward with JobPath. There are certain expenditures when you work with general funds versus grants that sometimes don't align. And so with an organization that's using both dollar amounts, sometimes some of those expenditures can get somewhat confusing, right, for the organization. So I believe we have a good pathway forward. I believe there's been a meeting. There has been a compliance report issued to JobPath. My conversation with GMI is they're well underway of meeting those compliance requirements.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so this will require approval. Did I have a motion in a second? Oh, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item number 20, Document and Digital Evidence Retrieval Conversion Fund. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, and this is not general fund, correct? This is in their own budget? Is that correct? Okay. Motion a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number... Oh, okay. Hold on a moment. Addendum item number 3. We are having a request to move. Okay, so we have several people here for addendum, I'm sorry. I was like, what is 3? Addendum item number 4. And so unless anyone has any opposition, we'll go ahead and jump to addendum item number 10. This is the duplication of county programs and/or services. This is discussion, direction, action, and update on duplication of Pima County programs and services. And as a reminder, this was a result of a comment made during a meeting by Supervisor Lee that I endorsed in trying to understand what are the programs that we have in Pima County and what are programs that are being funded specifically from general funds for the most part. I mean, if they're grant funded, it's a little bit different, but general funds, and trying to understand the different services that are being offered. Administrator Lesher provided an update, and I'll go ahead and, do we have a presentation or is it more of a discussion? Administrator Lesher.
Simply a discussion, Chair.
Okay. So Supervisor Lee, did you want to start off our conversation?
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Yes, I wanted to understand when I first got here, and I'm talking to each of the department heads and asking all of them, number one, what are some of their challenges? And number 2, how can the board help? So those are some of the questions that I ask as I go around. When I got to CWD, because in my time at Pima Community College, I was very, very familiar with the Pima County One Stop and Pima and Job Path, both because of the services that they provided specifically in the higher ed arena and tuition reimbursement and support. So I challenged CWD at that time to come up with a kind of not really a proposal, but to really help me understand what if there was duplication between Job Path and CWD, and that's where the discussion started, because I knew at the time of my Pima Community College that both were providing very similar services. The difference was Job Path didn't have to adhere specifically at all times to the federal guidelines for poverty, which is in the WOIA funding mechanism that CWD has to abide by, because Pima County was providing $750,000 now, I don't remember at the time, so that Job Path could provide beyond what Pima County One Stop could provide. So you heard our speakers today talk about the excellent service, which I have no doubt happens, but also the reimbursements for childcare and for car problems, utilities. Well, that's Pima County dollars that we're providing them. If those dollars were provided to Pima County CWD Department One Stop, could they provide the same services? And the answer that I got was yes. It's because they do not have the funding that they have to and provide only what WIOA guidelines allow. The other thing that I'd like to say, and this is not that I want Job Path at all to assume that they're going to go away, but I really feel very strongly that after 20 years, is it the right thing for us to continue with an agency outside of Pima County that is providing, in my mind, virtually the same identical services that we can provide in County One Stop. And so that's where this all came about. In addition, we talked about other areas where there might be duplication, and what County Administrator's memo pointed out that some of the other areas we looked at, such as Sun Corridor and our own Economic Development Department, are complementary primarily. The Metropolitan Ed Commission that we talked about earlier is really non-duplicative. Visit Tucson and our own Attractions and Tourism Department are non-duplicative. So the only program that really, in my mind, needs to be looked at with regards to general funding is JobPath. I would eventually like to see all of the agencies that are outside of Pima County be funded through our outside agency department. And that's where I think they belong instead of having a direct line. So one of the things that I'd like to discuss and perhaps make a motion is that the JobPath's over 1 million ARPA funds be renegotiated so that all the issues that Deputy Administrator Holmes discussed with prior spending be resolved, and add CWD as an administrative partner so that all future JobPath spending is approved to ensure compliance. In addition, the allocation of the $750,000 in general fund be removed for 24-25, and a portion of the amount be relocated to CWD so that they can have the funding to serve above WIOA clients, as did JobPath. I'd like to review CWD caseload and add new FTEs as warranted if more JobPath clients migrate over time. This may not be needed, I don't know. I'd also like to see that Sun Corridor, who has done a terrific job, but we are in the middle of budget issues, and we've supported them for many, many years with $650,000. I do agree that they provide an incredible service to our economic development in Pima County. But for 24-25, my recommendation is instead of the $650,000, we go look at $500,000 down, so $150,000 difference. I recommend that MEC continue to be with the general fund line funding at the same level for 24-25, but in 25-26, MEC will be moved over to outside agency funding in the competitive process. I also recommend Visit Tucson funding remain the same for 24-25 unless the Board of Supervisors approves across-the-board cuts. So at this point, I would like to say that the $1 million of ARPA funds currently in JobPath is more than enough to sustain them for more than 1 year if you looked at it not having ARPA funds and the $750,000 that we provided in the past. So I would like to see that remain, but as I said, have an administrative partner with CWD. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
It is.
I'll second that for sake of discussion. I do think this item came up initially because Supervisor Lee was asking me, so what are the differences between these? And I said, I think you should ask our county administrator. And, you know, as I mentioned, I value so much the role of outside agencies because there is a whole process. When you're going to apply for funds with the county, they ask you a lot of questions about who is on your board. Tell me about the diversification of your funding. I mean, and they really work with you to try to develop your program greater, because funding should not completely hinge on Pima County. It should be part of a larger financial diversity for every organization. With Supervisor Lee, and I don't, you know, we have a lot of JobPath people here, saw an email to encourage people to come to speak. So I just want you to understand what my position is here. I have been frustrated because I asked specifically in our last meeting, gave you 8 questions to help me understand how some of these issues that I have concerns about are going to be resolved. I haven't received any response, no communication at all. And, you know, I am frustrated by that because some of the questions that I had, I think, explain to me how you determine JobPath success rate and show me the documentation, such as transcripts, diplomas, or certificates used to determine JobPath success rate. I mean, I was on a board for 20 years, ran a juvenile diversion program for 26. You have to have the data in order to say what your success rate is, and it can't be anecdotal. And I still don't have any information about that. That to me is incredibly frustrating because I have historically supported all of these programs that help our students get through their educational journey. I mean, I do. I really do. How are you documenting the different accounting streams to make sure that we're in compliance? Because we don't want to have any of our county funds, federal funds swept because of different issues that are going on with some of the people who subrecipients who are receiving funding. And as it comes to, and the other thing I think we need to look at is on this dais from day one, I've heard, what is the city of Tucson's role? How is the city contributing? I mean, I hear it all the time. The city of Tucson, this upcoming fiscal year is budgeted to give JobPath $100,000. This year it was $200,000, and Sun Corridor $50,000, and we've sort of been maintained. So I just think it's important for us to look at what other organizations are supporting some of these initiatives, and maybe some of the reasons why or why not that has changed. I agree with Supervisor Lee about MEC. I am optimistic that this year, giving them this time to sort of have a direct funding stream and not have to compete this upcoming fiscal year is going to be very helpful in helping them really diversify that, because I think that that's really important. I do value MEC, but we also need to see how they are working with the other organizations that get funding, and if they're applying for federal funds. And if they're not applying for federal funds, is it because they don't qualify for different reasons? I think that's an important conversation to have. And then the funding specifically to Sun Corridor with the city of Tucson, they give them really strict parameters on what you're going to be, like what businesses are you going to be coming in. We don't have that same relationship with Sun Corridor, and I have to say for the first year of my term here, our office was actively involved in trying to understand how Becton Dickinson, a polluter in our community, is right in the heart of our district. And Sun Corridor proudly said that they brought Becton Dickinson here to Pima County. So I am frustrated by that in general, and this is not anything that is a secret. I've shared it with Mr. Snell as well. So with that, I think that looking at some of those funding streams, especially those that are general fund in this fiscal year, is going to be really important, and so that's why I supported your motion.
Thank you.
Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, these were pretty comprehensive points that Supervisor Lee put forth. Chair Grijalva, you made some good points as well, I think, wanting to know more issues and accountability and things of this nature. Are we under any time constraint on this? Can we ask for an analysis by the administration to do an economic impact study or a comparison of Supervisor Lee's suggestions, and maybe a study that we could have a little bit more time to look at? This could be continued for maybe the next meeting or the meeting after that?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, we can get additional analysis. I can't promise a full economic impact study. I know that JobPath has some of that information. We can certainly collect it and pull that together. We can get additional information from Sun Corridor, which I think are the two. But
I don't mean to interrupt, but it'd be interesting to see Supervisor Lee's outline and how it would affect what we have now.
Happy to provide that prior to the next meeting. I just, to make sure that we're not, we can't conduct ourselves a full economic impact study by then.
Forget the economic impact.
Okay, I'm just, all right, well, if that's what you asked for, we can't do that by next meeting. We can get the information that has been done by JobPath and work with our team that has been evaluating and get that to you? Yes, we can.
Side-by-side type of balancing?
I believe so, yes.
Would that be acceptable, Supervisor Lee?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, the only thing that I would say is that we've looked at that and it's unverifiable. So that's the difficulty. That was one of the 8 questions. That was one of the 8 questions that was asked, They have not provided that information. That was weeks ago, and that's why we're both very disappointed. I do believe that they do have other funding from other counties, Cochise, I believe, and Pinal. And, again, they have ARPA. If we agree to this motion, they still have ARPA funds to get them through. Then they can apply for outside agency and still be viable. But I really believe that us giving line item $750,000 year after year when we can provide that internally, if they have the ability at CWD to go above the FOIA criteria that JobPath does not have to keep to. Thank you.
So that would be a yes.
I know. Supervisor Hines, I think, had a question, and then Supervisor Scott, or comment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So firstly, I just think that was a lot of information and a lot of things in one motion. So I'm hoping that we can maybe look at things separately, so it's not all one kind of blob together motion. I think there's a lot of valuable information and maybe some actions we need to take. I was under the impression this was an item for discussion today, and I'm not prepared to vote on it. But I would also like to point out that I do think that I don't think it's a direct comparison to compare JobPath to what CWD is able to do or One Stop. I think that the kind of support and services and I think those are different. That's kind of an apples to oranges situation, though they're all fruit, fine. But so I guess I would just. I'm definitely not ready to support this, but I do want some more information and certain aspects of it I would be willing to support.
Okay, thank you. And it was said in the form of a motion, so I seconded because I want to continue to have the discussion, and this is good discussion to have. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Question for the county administrator. With regard to county contributions to all three entities, Metropolitan Education Commission, JobPath, and Sun Corridor Incorporated, will there be a recommendation for funding amounts as part of the recommended budget?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, when we look at the budget item later, one of the things that we have looked at and proposed is that in a line item for outside agencies that would be all-encompassing, including this. We are looking at this point to get feedback today about a recommendation for a $400,000 cut all in for outside agencies and these as well. And so we've not yet specified per agency or how what that might look like, but are looking at that as a line item to get the feedback later today.
Okay, so in terms of the additional information that some of my colleagues have already requested, I know from the quarterly meetings that I have, that my staff and I have with the Economic Development Department, that they have been working closely with JobPath on a variety of issues. And so I would like some additional information from Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi and his team in terms of what those discussions have entailed. I have already talked with them about how I think it's very important that the contract for the next year with JobPath, if there is one, speak to the need for further diversification of your funding base. And I've had that conversation with JobPath staff many times, including with their consultants when they were looking at their strategic plans. So I'd like to hear some more from the Economic Development Department in terms of the work that department has been doing with JobPath. I'd also like to hear, because I really appreciate Supervisor Lee's questions, but I've been sitting on this dais since January of 2021, and I have never had Mr. Sullivan nor Dr. Garcia ever say, we can do some things that JobPath is currently doing. I get that maybe they were thinking that, but didn't say it until they were prompted by a supervisor. But it concerns me that an entity that this county has been supporting for over 2 decades, we are now hearing from staff in a county department, well, we might be able to do some of those things. That's great, but if they were feeling that all along, I would have wanted to have heard that a long time before today. Secondly, with regard to Sun Corridor, I'm going to quote from the county administrator's memo. Pima County has historically provided funding to Sun Corridor Incorporated in larger amounts than other regional jurisdictions based on the philosophy that Pima County represented the larger region and that widely promoting economic growth and prosperity to benefit all residents regardless of jurisdictional boundary is a fundamentally important role of Pima County government. I agree with that. And when I was talking with Mr. Snell recently, he said, hey, we are part of the Pima County team. And if we have to take a haircut, that's his term, when you're having a rough budget year, we will, but let's talk about the amount. And I don't think we've had those discussions yet. I know there have been some preliminary discussions between Mr. DeBonis and Mr. Welsh, but we've not heard enough of the content of that discussion. I'd also point out that in terms of what Sun Corridor members provide, the private sector members of Sun Corridor provide $3 to support Sun Corridor for every dollar that the county provides. The other thing I want to say, and I am going to respectfully disagree with both of my colleagues with regard to the Metropolitan Education Commission. I served on the Metropolitan Education Commission Executive Board before I was elected to this body. At that time, the liaison from this board was the late Supervisor Elias. The representative from the city of Tucson was the then Ward 1 council member who's now the mayor. Both of them told the executive board, we will move to take your annual funding, because you are a joint city-county commission, out of competitive processes. Both of them said that. We did it. Supervisor Grijalva and I, when we were elected, advocated for that with Mr. Huckleberry when he was still the county administrator. We followed through on that commitment. The city has not. We also brought up to Supervisor Elias and then Councilmember Romero the fact that historically, ever since that city-county commission was formed, joint city-county commission, that the county for years has provided more funding to the MEC than the city has. Councilmember Romero said that she would advocate for increased funding. She repeated that to me after she was elected mayor. Hasn't happened. So I want that issue addressed as well. I do not think that funding for a joint city-county commission should be part of a competitive process. It's different than any other outside agency. It's a joint city-county commission. But I do think it's important that not only does the city show more support for that joint commission, but I also think that it's very important that some of the other concerns that have been raised with Mr. Hanna and Mr. Perez in terms of the commission's operations are addressed. And also with regard to the issues that we've discussed about Mr. Perez's credentials. I think those need to be addressed as well, and I have shared that with Mr. Hanna. I think it's great to have this discussion. I appreciate that you seconded the motion for purposes of discussion, because I think we had a very robust discussion last time. I hope we'll continue to. And I very much value and appreciate the fact that Supervisor Lee brought this topic up overall. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. I think that it's important that I don't know that we would be talking about some of these things if it wasn't for the sort of fiscal constraints that we're dealing with this year. I think it's an opportunity for us to sort of look at some of the programs that we fund. And the other thing about MEC is MEC has always been out of outside agency. Even if they had a line item, it was still part of outside agency, because I think it's important that you have a case manager looking at your financials, that you're sending information directly to somebody who's comfortable looking at what nonprofits are doing, what they should be doing, the composition of your advisory board, all of those things, how you're meeting the goals of the funding that Pima County has provided. I think that that's important. Whether it is a specific line item in outside agency that is for them, I do think that being a part of that kind of accountability system would be helpful. So just because it's outside agency doesn't mean that it doesn't always have to be competitive. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my second. I think that we have had a good discussion and feel like we need to have more. And I do want to say the only thing that I will add in is Pima County is 27% of Sun Corridor's budget right now. And I know that we work closely together, but when I brought up the issue of, the fact that this board had 4-1 passed a resolution against, different polluters and PFAS and all of that this organization, this company was brought into Pima County, I was told specifically that that was done with other funding, not Pima County funding. Well, I don't want, ideally, if we're going to be this big of a contributor to your budget, I don't want us to then, as county staff, have to put in a lot of work and effort to try to stop businesses from polluting our communities. So, all right, I think that motion dies for lack of a second, and that we're going to go ahead and bring the item back, I would think, in the next month. Yeah, okay.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor.
I apologize. I forgot to make another request of the Economic Development Department because I know they also work with the Metropolitan Education Commission. So any additional information that we can get in terms of that department's work, not just with JobPath, but with MEC would be very much appreciated.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
And just to clarify, that's not a continuation of this item. There'll be a new item. Because I think what we heard from Supervisor Hines is that he wanted to split up the vote so it's different items. That's fine. Okay. With that, we have a time certain at 11:30, addendum item number 9. All right, and this is the Arizona Supreme Court decision reinstating the 1864 near total abortion ban. This is resolution number 2024-15 of the Board of Supervisors regarding the Arizona Supreme Court decision reinstating the 1864 near total abortion ban. This was an item brought forward by Supervisor Hines. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. We'll let Supervisor Hines second.
Yes,
It was a delay.
Sorry, Supervisor Hines.
There's a delay, I know. But do you want to go ahead and read the resolution, Supervisor Hines? Okay, great.
Certainly. And everyone can hear me good. So, Pima County resolution regarding the Arizona Supreme Court decision reinstating 1864 near total abortion ban. Whereas the Pima County Board of Supervisors is deeply concerned by the recent decision of the Arizona Supreme Court to uphold an archaic near total ban on abortions established by the territorial legislature in 1864, which mandates prison time for any doctor providing abortion care except to save the life of a woman. And whereas Arizona Revised Statutes 11-251-17 explicitly empowers the Board of Supervisors in all Arizona counties to adopt provisions necessary to preserve the health of the county, and whereas the role of the Pima County Health Department to provide comprehensive public health services that promote the health and well-being of all community members, and whereas the Board of Supervisors recognizes the importance of ensuring access to safe and legal abortion care as an essential component of health care and reproductive rights, and whereas the Board of Supervisors affirms that individuals have the right to make autonomous decisions regarding their bodies and reproductive health without interference from the state, and whereas the Board of Supervisors expresses grave concern that the Arizona Supreme Court's decision will immediately harm public health, particularly for people of color, marginalized communities, and individuals with limited access to healthcare services, and whereas the Board of Supervisors reaffirms the constitutional principle of equality before the law and the obligation of states to protect and promote the rights of all individuals within their jurisdiction, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby reaffirms Board Resolution 2022-40, which states that, quote, access to legal, safe abortion and comprehensive sexual and reproductive health more broadly are critical to protecting and supporting the public's health, end quote, and supports continued access to reproductive health care in Pima County and across the state, including access to legal, safe abortion care. Rebukes the 4-2 decision of the Arizona Supreme Court to uphold the 1864 territorial era ban on abortions, which infringes upon the reproductive rights, human rights, and autonomy of all Arizona residents. Calls on all county attorneys, law enforcement agencies, licensed medical professionals, and others across the state to do the right thing in supporting the human right of all Arizona residents. to seek and receive appropriate medical care, including abortion care and other reproductive health care, recognizes Governor Hobbs' Executive Order 2023-11, centralizing authority over prosecutions under ARS 13-3604 within the Office of the Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays, who has vowed to not prosecute healthcare professionals or individuals seeking abortion care, and Laura Conover, Pima County Attorney, who has voluntarily agreed to consult and potentially forward any relevant criminal referral, and calls upon the Arizona legislature to repeal this 160-year-old near-total abortion ban passed by an all-male legislature at a time when women lacked the right to vote and Arizona was not yet a state, and enact legislation instead that upholds the rights of individuals to access safe and legal abortion care without unnecessary restrictions.
Thank you. Discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Just want to thank Supervisor Hines for bringing this resolution forward. I am proud to support it as the father of a daughter of childbearing age, as the uncle to several nieces of childbearing age, and as someone who sees himself as an ally of everyone in my life. Thank you again, Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. The Supervisor Hines, the only thing I was wondering if we could sort of, and I'm not tied to this, but I really do feel, I was interviewed about this, and the interviewer asked if this is just something that was symbolic. And I think that in our role as supervisors, the Pima County Health Department and the health of our community is one of our main responsibilities. And so the only thing that I would ask is in the the sixth whereas, the way it reads, if it could read, whereas the Board of Supervisors expresses grave concern that the Arizona Supreme Court's decision perpetuates discriminatory practices that harm public health, the protection of which is a critical responsibility of county health departments, and particularly for people of color, marginalized communities, individuals with limited access to healthcare services. That would be the only, it just sort of ties in more our role as the health department. I don't think it changed anything significant. Would you be okay with that?
That's great.
Okay. Thank you. Our staff was like ships in the night. So it went out and yeah. So, okay, that would be great. And then if you would accept that friendly amendment and if everyone else is okay with that. I had the opportunity this decision came down at 10 o'clock and by 10:30 we were out here in the patio. And one of the things that really struck me was, people keep saying, well, my daughter has less rights than her granddaughter. No, my daughter has less rights than her great grandmother, than her, like that to me is just such a show of trying to, have possession. And this is not something that men deal with at all. This is something exclusively for people who bear children that we have to deal with a lot of this kind of thing. So anyway, I appreciate you putting this together, and we have a motion and a second. Do you want me to ask for a roll call vote?
May I ask one more thing? Just as I was putting this together with my team, and this entire issue, as I was reflecting on it, we don't really think of this very often, but it's incredibly important for all of our county residents here, we're one county of 15, to remember that we vote on judges. 2 of 4 justices of our Supreme Court who voted on this and approved this and are on ballot.
Supervisor Hines, do you want to shut up? There you go. I was going to suggest that. Okay, start again.
Well,
Bummer. Your Wi-Fi is not helping. I think we're only hearing like every 10th syllable.
Okay.
Try. No, I'm sorry. If you want to text me, I'll read your comment. Do you want to turn on your camera though so we can vote? And then I think Supervisor Christie, did you want to make a comment? Okay. All right. So I hate to move on, but I'm worried that I won't hear you. There you are. Well, your internet is not. Do you want me to call you so you can speak into the mic? Okay, we'll try that.
Okay. So press up video.
No. I'm going to call you. See if you answer your phone. Hi, technology is a wonderful thing. Okay, do you want to make your statement? Oh, but turn off the volume on your laptop.
I got it.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So what I was trying to say before was that in Arizona, we all do something that is not done in some other states, and that is we vote on our judges. And two of the four justices who are responsible for this terrible decision are up for retention when we're on the ballot on November 5th. The residents of the county need to know that, and they need to make the appropriate choice when it comes to retaining these justices as to whether or not they are consistent with the beliefs and priorities of the county and of the state. And a name that has not been said very often is the Superior Court Judge Kelly Johnson, who is personally responsible for resurrecting this zombie law from the 1800s, who is also up for retention. And so I would just keep reminding everybody, which I might do every meeting, that we vote for judges. Most of us skip over them. I understand that. This is a really important thing not to do this year.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hines. And with that, we'll go ahead and have a roll call vote.
Didn't Supervisor Christie?
No, I asked, he said no. I was just gonna vote.
Okay, this is to approve as amended. Supervisor Christie?
No?
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Thank you. Now we're gonna go back to item 16? 16. So Supervisor Hines, this is the item regarding outside agency funding that's been continued a couple times. I'm wondering, we keep postponing it to the next meeting. I'm wondering if this is something that you want to do after all of our budget conversations, if you could resubmit it. Because I'm not sure that there's a move to vote on it now.
I would agree. That's fine.
Okay.
We can resubmit it at a future date.
Okay, great. So we're gonna withdraw 16.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so now we're on 21. So 21 is a monthly financial update. And we have a time certain at 12. So I'm wondering if we hold off on the financial updates and just keep working through until we get told to stop. All right, item number 22 is Public Safety Personnel Retirement and Correction Officer Retirement Plan Reserve. This is, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Administrator Lesher.
Thank you. And Chair Grijalva, I'm going to ask Finance Director Moulton to explain some of this and come. I know there have been many questions about why we're doing this and the costs. So if I could, thank you.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, you have before you a request to use some of the PSPRS reserve money to pay down some of the unfunded liability that exists within the PSPRS retirement system. A number of years ago, the board sold $300 million worth of bonds, debt, to buy down the unfunded liability from, it was in June of 2020, it was funded at 41%. After we used the proceeds from the obligations, the retirement system was funded at 93%. In the pursuing years, that funding level has dropped to 83%, and we are requesting to use money that the board had set aside to fund the PSPRS reserve to do just that. There is $25 million in the reserve for PSPRS funding, and we are requesting to use $10 million of that to pump up the funded portion of the retirement system for PSPRS. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor, can I just ask a quick question? So this is coming from their own reserve?
The reserve is the county's reserve.
Right.
The county has put aside money on our books to fund
this. But it's specific for this. I mean, it's not our contingency fund or something else.
That is correct.
Okay, great.
Separate.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Madam Chair, Ms. Moulton, if that is infused into the funding part, what percentage funded will that make it?
We believe that once the actuarial has the opportunity, it will move our funding percentage from 83 to about 88%, about 5 percentage points up.
Any other questions?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Ms. Moulton, just to go back to when the board made this decision, had we not made the decision to use $300 million in debt sold to buy down the unfunded liability, what would have been the implications, both short and long term, for the county budget and our employees' retirement?
The PSPS, Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, the PSPRS retirement system was drastically underfunded throughout the state. The PSPRS board had put together a plan to fund it and was, the county was going to be charged 7.3% for interest on that funding. When the board made the decision to sell obligations, we were able to borrow the money at 1.9%, a significant reduction. We had, at that time, projected to save over time more than $180 million worth of interest costs. In the first 2 years, we have achieved roughly $40 million worth of projected savings by doing that debt deal.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
And are we still on track? Thinking back to when the board made this decision, are we still on track for when we get into the 2030s? I can't remember the exact year for the result of this deal to be the fact that our PSPRS and CORP systems are basically going to be funded running on not just the reserve, but also the contributions that both employees and employers are making. I'm not sure I'm asking that question right, but I remember when this first came to us, when Mr. Huckleberry was still the county administrator, a long-term goal was once we got into the mid-2030s, that the result of this, one of the results of this arrangement was going to be less cost to the county in terms that we would less cost to the county that we'd be facing otherwise if we hadn't done this.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, yes, that is correct. The current plan is for us to be, I don't want to say fully funded, but in the 90+% range of funding in year 2038. So it's about 14 years from now. That we are still on track for that. One of the reasons we're bringing this to you is because we did see this decrease in the funding percentage. The goal is to get us back to where we believe we should have a funded, quote unquote, fully funded retirement system in the 90% range.
And the reserve was set up when we first drafted this plan with the anticipation that we may need to make moves like this moving forward.
Supervisors, that is correct. A board policy comes to this board for renewal every May when we get the, when we have the actuarial analysis done and received, and you will be getting another update in May. Part of that board policy called for any savings at the Sheriff's Department to also be put aside for this reserve. Unfortunately, the last couple of years, there have not been any budgetary savings. So what we have is the $25 million that was set aside at the beginning, plus any interest earned during that period to now.
Thank you for being able to interpret my questions no matter how clumsily I ask them.
Any other questions? Okay, I believe we have a motion and a second. Oh, we don't. I will go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And now we're on 23, unless we're not sure we'll be able to get through it, but I think we can. Classification and compensation. Human Resources Department requests approval to create the following new classifications. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Just one question. Perhaps the administrator could best answer this. Why are we creating all of these positions? What's the purpose, motivation?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, as we move through the classification compensation system to make sure that people were not only in the right position but could see the path forward, we recognized that in some departments and in some areas, we did not have either a clearly articulated step process in a way for people to see the move forward. There were departments who felt that job descriptions that existed did not any longer accurately reflect the work of that position. As we've mentioned several times when we started this process, it's been about 50 years or more since we began. And so this has just been part of the tailoring and the modification of job descriptions to more accurately reflect the work that people are now doing.
And Madam Chair, just to clarify, that this is a directive or as a result of the compensation classification study program?
Yes.
And they're basically the ones driving?
Well, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, when you say who's driving it, we've continued to work during the classification compensation system with departments and directors to ensure that we have all of the kinds of positions that are needed by each of those departments to be able to have departments conduct the work that they need to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And some of this, I'm assuming, came out of when there were appeals for different compensation, and they're looking at compression with somebody who has a lot less experience and is not in a, supervisory, doesn't have any that capacity to supervise or isn't in that supervisory role. It looks like a lot of these are like level 2, level 3 manager, and it's sort of delineating out so to avoid compression. Yeah, and give people an opportunity to be placed in the right grade. Okay. Any other questions? All right. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Good. Item passes unanimously, 5-0. Let's see. Do we want to go? Can we take items 24 and 25 together? Yes? Okay, I'll go ahead and move 24, which is Community Workforce Development, Summer Youth Short-Term Work Experience, and 25, Tucson Clean and Beautiful.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. This is the County Attorney. Item 26, it's a CBS Consulting for professional grant writing services. I just want to understand why this isn't something that we're using GMI internal for. Because this is for, just to be clear, professional grant writing services for the county attorney's office. And this is a request to use $85,000 of anti-racketeering fund to pay for the contract. Do you have, Sam? or Administrator Lesher?
Chair Grijalva, as you notice, this is Amendment 4. This has been just a continuation of a contract as the county attorney continues to look for a variety of grants on their own. I think there is some support services that can be provided from GMI, but there has been this position has been around for several years to assist with providing additional funds.
I'm going to go ahead and move the item. I just think that it's, we do have a department that's pretty robust in-house, and I'd like to see us move away as much as possible from outside grants. And this company, while I'm sure has been helpful, is, out of Scottsdale, and we like to stay local. So, all right. So I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 27 is for legal representation because of a, contract? Legal representation through the county attorney's office because of a conflict. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay, so I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Do we want to move into the health, or do we want to take a break a little early and perhaps, stretch our legs? Yes.
Madam
Supervisor
Chair,
Christie.
I would just like to have the opportunity to vote no on 29, but 28 and 29 could be taken together as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move, but are you going to
Let's do them
vote?
separately because I'll be doing.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask. Okay, so item 28 is pause for change to create a public schools task force group. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 29, Partners in Health to provide consultation for a vaccine equity program to amend the language and add $97,613 to the contract. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. The other thing I want to ask about both of these contracts as well is why those aren't being done in-house. We have an equity department within the health department, and I think that we can provide the support for a schools task force group, but I'll ask about those. Again, it's just outside contracts that when we have the services in-house. So you want me to do a roll call vote for item 29? Supervisor Christie?
No.
Oh, okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. And item number 30, Natural Resources and Park Recreation. This is for the Aslan Youth Program to provide the operation of the Centro del Sur Community Center and Boxing Gym. Amazing program, by the way. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Supervisor Christie.
Could I submit that we address item 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37?
You don't want to address 31?
Wasn't that I'm sorry.
31, so 31.
31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37.
So items 31 through 37.
Correct.
Okay, do you want to move those?
I will.
And I'll second. The only other comment I'm going to make about 31 is again, in-house stuff. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Oh, Supervisor Hines? Is that a yes?
Aye.
Yes, okay. Items passed unanimously. Now we're on 38. This is the International Business Machines, IBM, to provide ERP system. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
I have just some questions on this. This is the fourth amendment of revisions and a revision of work. It's over budget to 20 million. What was the original budget for this? I think it states in there 17.5 million. So it's over budget to 20 million. Original budget was 17.5. It's been delayed. It has a delayed implementation. Which basically extended to go live date. That's been delayed. My question is, taking all these things into consideration, and we're spending a lot of money, up to $20 million on this, what is the expected return on investment after $20 million is spent? This one is a difficult one to swallow for me.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I know that Director Baca is here as his Deputy County Administrator. The bottom line is, honestly, we didn't have a choice. That the ERP system that was in place was coming to its end of life, and that many of our programs we were simply not able to continue, and so we started through the new process. So we could not have continued to either renew or continue with the systems that were in place prior to this. And we, about a decade ago, we went through the ERP system. At that time. These are our enterprise resource processes. They are the backbone for all of our IT programs, and they all are coming back to be rebooted about every 10 years. That's from my perspective. You're moving on me. Both Deputy County Administrator Holmes and Mr. Baca are here to add any granularity.
Yeah, let me just add a question to the response, if I may, Madam Chair. What are we saving? Are we saving money on this, or are we spending $20 million to save $5 million, or what are we?
We're spending money to continue to have an IT system, I think.
Yeah, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, when you add up the cost of implementation, there's an equivalent charge that we were paying for the previous ERP system. We're not going to be paying more over the long term for the system as a replacement, and we're going to have to actually have a better, safer system that's more integrated. I think that's what we're looking at right now. So in terms of saving costs, I think over time we are projecting that what we're paying for ERP once the total project is implemented will be a little bit of a savings. I don't have that quantified now from what we were paying historically in our ERP process for the different systems that we have. The initial upfront cost is significant and has exceeded, you're correct, our original projections. However, we chose not to just do what the company has in their system. We have a lot of special requests to ensure that our finance system has all the pieces necessary that we feel comfortable with, which requires a lot of individual programming and different connection points that are essential for that. And what you're seeing today is one similar for our human resource system, which has begun and launched, which is expected to be ready by January 1st of next year. So all these things are totaling for additional expenditures that we budgeted for, but we are coming back to the board to ensure that as we go over any kind of master agreement that is brought forward for approval. But we have the budget capacity for this. These are the pain points of moving a large organization into a new system for HR and finance.
Madam Chair, I'm sure you can understand my hesitancy on this one. It's in the Fourth Amendment. The implementation date has been delayed, and it's over budget. And it doesn't seem, do you have an ETA when all this is going to be completed?
Yeah, Chair, good to have Supervisor Christie. We're at the final stages of the finance portion of it. That has been a lot of back and forth between the IBM team and their consultants. And quite frankly, it's been a lot of frustration discussions over making sure that we get it right. But we feel better about it. So we still are looking at that June date as a launch for our financial part of the ERP. Then we're looking at January 1st as the ETA for the delivery of the human resource. But the finance piece, Supervisor Christie, is in the final stages. There's some last integrations that we're working with the team. I know we have Ms. Moulton. We want to make sure she's happy. So that's when she gives us a green light, I think we're ready to go. So sometime between June and July 1st should be our anticipated ETA for the financial portion.
It may be a good idea to do a presentation to the board just so people know what's going on since it's come up. I think it's helpful information having sat on a board that went through, three ERP processes. It's just like the bills keep coming and it's hard to sort of get a grasp as to why it's important. And so maybe comparing like what we're currently spending to what we're going to be spending and how in the long run it will save us money. It's not a short term, but it is frustrating because you just see the bills coming. But I know that there's an end game. And I do think it's important because we had a few moments here in Pima County where our information wasn't as safe as we could make it. And so I know that Director Baca, when he came in, was like, hey, we got to implement some stuff here. So I think that this is all part of that. It would be helpful. No stress on when, but, to give us a presentation would be nice.
We will have a presentation.
I would say not next meeting, but maybe the meeting after. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. All right. Yeah, 21st, May 21st. And if something happens, I just think it would be helpful since there are some questions about it. Okay. Any other comment? All right. So do we have a motion? I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. 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 Opposed? Item passes
No,
unanimously.
Madam Chair, I'm going to abstain.
Okay, so
Until the presentation.
with one abstention. Okay. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break for executive session. That's a time certain item of 12 o'clock, and we'll be back as soon as that. Oh, can I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie, motion by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. We're in exec. Hey, I know you guys love me to use the little hammer, so here we go. Okay, so we're back from executive session. Item number 5 was legal advice. Item number 5 was legal advice, and then we have item number 11 is on the addendum is conflict of interest waiver, which is the vote. And so I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, 5-0. And then we have item number 6 is direction and legal advice regarding the county property on Speedway. Go ahead and move as discussed in executive session. And we don't have to vote on that, correct? Okay. We do? Oh, so we're going to vote to proceed as discussed in executive session. I'll move that.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any, I will ask for discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Uh-oh. Was that a thumb up? Sorry, you froze.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. 5-0. And then item number 7 is legal advice regarding an update on the Lewis Taylor civil case. We're going to go ahead and proceed as discussed in executive session by outside counsel, and I'll move that.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yes, there's a thumb up. Okay, great. 5-0. Thank you. All right. So now we'll go back to the regular agenda, and we're going to item number 21. And this is the monthly financial update, and then we were going to also discuss item number 12 on the addendum at about the same time, which is the fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget update. Administrator Lesher, what is the order you'd like to move in for this?
Chair Grijalva, let us go with the monthly update first. I'm going to go to ask Director Moulton to walk us through that quickly. I think it provides a foundation as we begin to look at next year's budget.
So that's item number 21. Thank you, Ms. Moulton.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, you have in front of you a report on period 8, February 2024. The period 8 forecast forms the cornerstone of how we put together the recommended budget. It provides us with the projected fund balance for the general fund that we use in the recommended budget. You will note in the report that we are seeing approximately $15 million in increased revenue than we had originally budgeted for. There are 3 items that make that up. One is some increased sales tax, state shared sales tax revenue of about $5 million. A slight increase in the amount of interest income that we are anticipating, as well as a $6 million refund from Altex that was not budgeted. When you move over to expenditures, you're seeing that we're coming in slightly below budget, approximately $8.5 million. That is partially due to we're closer to the end of the year, so people's prognostication ability is much more in focus. In addition to that, Administrator Lesher has requested all departments to put, pen to paper and to not spend money that is not necessary. So we're seeing some of those rewards in reduced expenditure forecasts. Overall, at the end of February, the general fund balance will be approximately $125 million. Included in that is the $97 million for the general fund balance reserve. Do you have any questions related to the monthly update?
Okay.
If there are no further questions, why don't we go right to the addendum item associated with this item?
Thank
you. Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, we have a slide deck.
Thank you.
Yes.
If you could go forward to the next page. What you see here in front of you is very similar to what you see in the monthly financial forecast. You have the adopted budget for 2024. You have the period 8 forecast that we just went over. And then you have the requested budget as submitted by the departments with some tweaking or review by the county administration and the DCAs to get us to where we are. You will note that as of this reporting, we're about $4.5 million in the red. So we're looking at approximately $771 million worth of revenues and $803 million worth of expenditures. Having our revenues over expenditures about $32 million, our fund balance of $98 million for the reserve, leaving us with an actual budgeted ending fund balance of 93, so $4.5 million shy, if you will. Next page. There are a couple of ways that we can look to address that shortfall. Obviously, one is to reduce or eliminate expenditure requests, and the second one is to increase primary property taxes. That is really the only revenue lever that the Board of Supervisors has. For your information, 1 penny on the tax rate will garner approximately $1.1 million in revenue to the general fund on the primary property tax rate. And 1 penny on that tax rate equates to about $2.24 to the average homeowner. So those were just couple of pieces of information that we wanted you to have. Next slide, please. At the last board meeting, what was requested was to provide you some scenarios. What we've chosen to do is provide you what we believe Administrator Lesher's recommended budget in dollar amounts, as well as in the far right column, what that would equate to if we needed to make some changes with regard to taxes. So we start with the $4.5 million deficit in the unrestricted fund balance, and then we add.
Director Moulton, I'm going to interrupt for just 1 second, if I may. Of course. Chair Grijalva. If you also, I think it's, there is a memorandum dated April 15th that was called Creation of the Fiscal Year 24-25 Recommended Budget. The last page of that was a demonstration of how we got through the budget, what we were recommending, and how we got to the, being just $4 million in the red at this point. And it included a variety of assumptions that at this point we are still included within the drafts that we're working on as staff. I mention that because there's a list of things here, for example, 3% budget cut, 1% for elected officials, et cetera. I just want to make sure that there's how this connects, the reason that those items have been delineated. We have been using those, and they're on your summary sheet of how we have been looking to craft the budget to get us from, I think, our initial conversations with you in the $40 million range down to about the $4 million range. But just this, that's the crosswalk between how we're looking at the overall budget and what are these items and what the values might be for it.
I appreciate that, because I think it's important that when we were initially talking about what our deficit is, and everyone's going to automatically say, well, you all should cut central, like you should cut in administration. That's the first thing to go. And so I think it's very helpful that you've been able to articulate what's been done to date in order to get us to this point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So sure. Thank you.
Yeah. And Supervisor Scott?
My question is at a real fundamental level. When departments submit their requested budgets, but then follow up with tentative supplementals, and in that last column, tentative supplementals are close to $16 million. My fundamental question is, why aren't departments considering all of their needs when they put in their requested budget? Because I think to the average taxpayer, certainly to this supervisor, when you've got close to $16 million in tentative supplementals, I'm wondering why those needs weren't taken into account when the department heads and elected officials put together their overall requested budget.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, the current budget was their basic budget. So anything over that was a request was considered a supplemental.
And anything over that, those are the kinds of things that you and the deputy county administrators go through and vet. And then we've also had occasion in the past where elected officials have come to us with supplemental requests.
Correct.
I think as we move forward, if this number stays where it is, I'd like a breakdown as to where these supplemental requests are coming from and why they are moving forward.
Chair Grijalva, I'm just going to keep track of the request today. One that I'm hearing now is what populates the $16 million roughly in supplemental requests?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. I interrupted you, Ms. Moulton. Sorry.
Oh, no, I did.
Okay.
Ms. Moulton, go ahead.
Supervisors, so what you see on the slide deck is, in its simplest terms, if you look at the first line, it says unrestricted ending fund balance negative $4.4 million. If we do not take any other action, reduce expenditures, et cetera, that would necessitate a 4.08 cent increase in the tax rate in order to fund that deficit. So what we tried to do is to give you options, or at least let you see what those were. So you see here under additional expenditures, $16.8 million, $15.8 in general fund supplementals, another $1 million for class and comp phase 3. So we are adding to the $4.4 million deficit another $17 million basically in additional expenditures. And then in the next section, you see how we would fund that entire amount. Earlier in the meeting, you approved the ARPA reallocation for $10.2 million. That is included on this list. You also see proposals for a 3% base budget reduction to county departments of $7 million, elected officials at 1% for $3.4 million basically, and a 3% reduction in outside agencies. What that does is when we take the negative $4.5 million plus the additional expenses less the expenditure reductions gets us to a balanced budget. If you wanted to change any one of those line items, the dollar amounts in the tax increase column is what that would mean. So if we were to say you didn't want to do any changes in expenditures, we would need to increase the revenue, the 0.4 cents, the 4 cents for the unrestricted fund balance, plus another 15 cents for those additional expenditures. So we're just trying to provide you with a way to look at this. Hopefully it made sense to me. Hopefully it's making some sense to you.
So there were some discussions earlier about some of the, I say outside agencies because they're agencies outside of Pima County that are receiving general fund monies. And so if there are any changes to those allocations, and then one of the things that I said, but I know I didn't hear any objection, and I think Supervisor Lee agreed about no cuts to outside agency reductions for that percentage. If we can figure out a way to cut other things, then that amount could stay whole in theory. Is that correct?
Chair Grijalva, yes, it could, but understand at this point we have included in outside agencies, job path, Metropolitan Education Commission and Sun
Okay,
Corridor.
so-
And put that in a.
So I think I'll be very specific. The outside agency competitive process, that, those funds, that amount that is available for nonprofit organizations to apply for funds from the county, that amount stay flat, that we don't decrease it. And so then, what's the total allocation? I know we have to figure out a way to say this differently, because outside agency, maybe if we could, Ms. Moulton, get a list. Is that the list that you provided us?
If I may, Chair Grijalva, at this point, if we were to look at the outside agencies that do not include the 4 we talked about earlier, well, I'm going to put Visit Tucson aside, I guess.
Right.
Metropolitan Education Commission, Job Path, and Sun Corridor. If we removed those, 3% outside agency reduction for all other agencies would total $130,000.
Okay. And so, I didn't hear any changes to MEC. I think it was, I think that sort of has evolved to just 2 agencies. Okay.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
I don't think we've asked this question before. I just wanted to understand the rationale from administration. We have a 3% base budget reduction for non-elected general fund departments and a 1% base budget reduction for elected general fund departments. Why is there the distinction between the two?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, we have historically allowed our elected officials more flexibility in the allocation of dollars in their budgets, how much they choose to spend for staff, in that nature. So we allowed a little greater flexibility in outside agencies as an assumption going into this budget.
Speaking solely for myself, I think what we've thought historically, we might want to consider other options given the situation that we're looking at.
And invite Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, thank you very much. The whole purpose of this exercise for the next period of time is to make sure we're understanding and that we are appropriately looking at this budget reflecting rather than guessing in some of these elements.
I'd just like to, I'd like to see what it would look like if it would.
Like that. If it were like 2 and 2,
yes.
like 2% across all departments, including electeds, what would that number look like? And would that get us where we needed to be in theory, right?
Exactly.
Like just to make it equitable.
Yes.
I don't know. I have no higher math skills for this process, so I'm just looking out into the abyss.
Chair Grijalva, we consistently have a discussion about Tucson High versus Sunnyside math in the office. But
and I'm Pueblo math, so whatever.
When you,
I don't have a calculator.
And the page that you have presented now is that I will tell you we have made the assumption as we worked through this budget that the tax rate would remain flat. There have been discussions and conversations about some that even the board policy is consistently, we've said we're going to pass through increased costs from the state. We've made up for that, if you will. We sent a memo out yesterday that gave you some information about that because we have absorbed that at some 16 cents 1 year, et cetera. And so what this is trying to say, you're making sense of it, is if you were to, as an example, decide that you didn't want to decrease budgets by 3%, that's about a 6.5 cent increase to the tax rate. So we just want people to understand what it is we're cutting. If the thing, we want to add back in, as we've indicated, 2 ways to get to this budget. We decrease expenditures or we increase revenues, and want you to have the full picture.
This base, so if we do any tax increase, this is the primary, then there'll be an increase to the secondary as well, right? Is the secondary based on the primary, or is it totally separate?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, the primary tax rate is completely separate from the secondary tax rates. So what we are talking about here is any increase to the primary.
To the primary, okay. And so thus far, if I looked last fiscal year 22, the county incurred $5.6 million in state cost shifts. So that's something the state used to cover, and now they said, no, now it's your turn. And then in 23, we incurred almost $16 million in state cost shifts. And so I don't think there's I just want to make sure that we say that out loud, because I don't want the county to be criticized for us not doing, our fiscal responsibility and due diligence when, we've had $21 million of shifts in the last 2 fiscal years. Okay, I'm sorry. Supervisor Hines, did you have a comment or question?
Yeah, can you hear me, first of all? Can anyone hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, sorry.
Oh, great. Okay. So I just want, and I think it's important to just remind folks, which we just did, that we didn't, again, like I talked about before, we didn't follow our own policy of passing things through. We are, by my calculations, based on the memo from yesterday, we are 6.67 cents lower than we should be on the primary property tax rate. And as we just heard from our staff, from Ellen, that translates to, if we were to, and I think we absolutely need to set our cap up at that level in case we have to bump things up. I think we should. But if we decide to kind of retroactively adhere to our policy now that we need to, then that 6.67 cents of primary only property tax increase, that is $14.94 per average Pima County homeowner over the year. That is how much there will be an increase to them. It is de minimis, and it is incredibly important that we very seriously consider it to preserve programs and avoid these cuts.
Thank you. Do we have more presentation? No. Okay. I'm just making sure we didn't cut you off. I apologize. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I would like to ask County Administrator Lesher if she can put together, because since we haven't raised, what I'm hearing is we haven't raised primary property taxes in quite a long time. Do we know when that was? Because what I'm looking at is perhaps looking at pre-COVID, so you're talking 2019 to where we are right now. And if we have raised taxes, when was it? And going back and taking a look at that. Has the base budget really changed? And I want to know what the budget is, just in a graph. I don't want all the detail, but just so I can get a bird's eye view, when's the last time we raised property taxes? Only because I will say one thing, and I would say to my colleague, Supervisor Christie, I would not want to raise taxes only if it was a last resort. But I'm curious, because if we are continuing to take these hits from the state, why wouldn't they take the additional monies that we're supposed to garner this fiscal year? Isn't it possible? I mean, right now you said we're up on revenues, right? And that's from the state, correct? Yes. And they could claw that back, right?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Lee, the share of the state shared sales tax, I believe, is statutorily driven, and I don't think that they can claw that back.
Okay.
I would have to validate that, but that's my initial assumption.
So if that's the case, are they done clawing back?
Supervisors, they haven't passed their budget yet, so
Yeah.
we have no greater insight into that than you do.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Lee, on that one, I think that has remained a concern. The statutory, the amount that they have to give us by law is one thing. There are other dollars that we remain concerned, as we've said before and in other memos, that as long as the state is upside down by close to $2 billion, it remains a concern of whether or not any additional dollars might be either clawed back or additional cost shifts coming our way. And if I may very quickly, I know we have looked at the last 10 years of tax rate. We have it in a chart. Happy to send it out. But
even better.
Ms. Moulton, if you wanted to just describe it very quickly, perhaps.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, at the last slide deck that you got from us last meeting, we did have the 10-year rates in there, starting in, if we go back last year to 2024, we increased the primary property tax rate 3.96 cents. Prior to that, the last increase would have been in 2017, 2018. We increased it 14 cents. So over the last 10 years, from 2015 through current, we have reduced the primary property tax rate slightly above 61 cents.
Okay. Any other questions?
Chair Grijalva?
Yes.
I recall last year when we increased the overall tax rate, even though we increased it, it was the second lowest overall tax rate in 10 years. And we did implement the state cost shifts policy last year. And I certainly am in favor of continuing to implement it. It was only in its first year that we did not make use of it, correct? Right.
As a supervisor, yes.
Okay.
You are correct.
But I just want to reiterate what I said at our last meeting, which is I think before we start looking at any kind of increase in the overall tax rate, that we need to take a look at everything that we can do to pare back our own expenses, including taking a look at the, I think, very reasonable reductions that the county administrator and the deputy county administrators have been talking about. And now we've actually asked for another possible configuration, as Chair Grijalva pointed out, going 2 and 2 instead of 3 and 1. In terms of possible reductions, and would also like to take a closer look at a more discerning look at these supplementals.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
It seems my colleagues are in a real quandary. So little time and so much in property taxes to raise.
Well, I think we
I'm
have
about to use the wrong finger.
not in a public meeting. OMG.
Come on, you guys are supposed to be allies now.
Oh my gosh. So I do think that it's important for us. I mean, I appreciate the conversation that we have to provide a lot of services. It's a responsibility to our community, and that, you know, the situation that we're in right now is because really of the state cost shifts. I mean, that's the reality of it. I mean, otherwise we wouldn't be talking about reductions if it wasn't for, you know, this last fiscal year receiving almost a $16 million shift of state costs. So I think that that's important to note.
Very.
I'm not sure the right direction to go in. I think that, are you asking for direction today, or this is more of a conversation?
Chair, I think we've heard, you know, different information, and I think we can put it together. The only question I would ask that doesn't need to be added today, I would follow up with you, Chair, regarding the board's desire regarding any form of public hearing, whether we simply have a public hearing on the budget the day that the tentative comes before the board, as well as the final budget adoption, versus the multiple days of hearings that I think the board historically has not found very productive.
So the last few years, with the first year we did it where we have all the directors come in and sort of talk, it's like 3 minutes. I mean, we don't give them a lot of time, randomly ask a couple Q&A questions, and then they go on. Very rarely, in my experience, has that produced any changes in what we end up approving. And so what I've done, and I know some of my other colleagues have done, is met with individual departments that you have a lot of interest in and trying to understand their budget a little more comprehensively, like the sheriff's department, the health department, I mean, some of our larger departments. And so I think, unless there is some objection, that we'll go ahead and do something similar to what we did last year, and then ask directors if they want to reach out to individual board members. We would do the same if we have questions specific about their budget. Does that seem reasonable? Supervisor Hines? Yes.
Just a question. When is the day that we're setting the cap, the highest level that we can set the primary property tax rate to? When are we voting on that? When are we voting on that again?
May 21st is tentative budget adoption. And again, that is the day that you set the cap. You know, from that point forward, you can always go down, but you can't go any higher.
Great. And so my request, again, like last time, would be please, in whatever scenarios we're looking at, put one together that shows putting back the 6.67 cents increase that we, again, should have done, and see where that would leave us so that everyone can see what that scenario looks like. Because I strongly, strongly advocate that we at least set the cap up at that level. Maybe we can keep things even, Steven. That's great, but we might need to bump it 1 or 2 or 3 or 6 cents. And it would be, frankly, a dereliction of our duty to the people of our county if we didn't entertain the potential of keeping it the same, lowering it, I don't think, and possibly bumping it a bit if we can't find other ways to do it. So we need to look at all options, and I just want to make sure that staff is presenting those clearly to all of us in the public.
Thank you.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
Just a point of clarification, on May 21st, we're setting the expenditure limit, correct? It's not the tax rate, it's the expenditure limit.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Expenditure.
Right.
So did you get, so the last date for any kind of changes to our tax rate would be that same day on the 21st? It's a question. Yeah.
And if since it sets the expenditure limits, and if
right. So I think, and the only reason I say that is because I think that Supervisor Hines wants to have the opportunity to speak to all of us and the community about, you know, what a couple cents might make, the difference it'll make in our county's potential budget. Okay. Yes, Supervisor Lee.
I guess, because this is all new to me, why have we ever considered having a study session? Or maybe that's what you did your first year? I don't know, because it seems to me that in order to really understand it, I'd like to really try and get as much information, and it seems like doing it and only having a very small opportunity to ask questions, and it just seems like a study session would be an ideal way to really look at our budget, because these are some big decisions we're going to have to come up with.
Supervisor Scott.
Chair Grijalva, I would absolutely second that suggestion. Our board has talked about having study sessions, not just as part of the budget process, but for other topics. And we've never done one for anything. And I think a great inaugural study session would be for the overall budget. And I think that would allow us, it wouldn't be the same as the budget hearings, which are more one-sided in terms of department heads making very brief presentations to us. Sometimes we ask questions. A study session would be much more interactive, much more involved. I'd be very supportive of that.
Yep. And I would encourage each of us, whatever we want to see in a sort of like budget study session, to go ahead and forward those to Administrator Lesher so we can get an idea of what it looks like. In my experience on the board, if we haven't done something, people tend not to want to try things. So I've sort of tried to push as much as I thought was comfortable. And if you're asking for it, I'm actually looking at Supervisor Lee. So I totally support having a study session. I think that I would welcome that. And then people can vote with their feet. If it's not something that you want to participate in because it's a study session, there will be no votes. We can still have, robust conversations, have all of the information, and people can decide whether they can or want to participate or not. And there won't be a vote, so there doesn't have to be kind of like a minimum, is that right? Because it's just a study session.
We're going to look at Sam, but because we're looking at, I just want to be clear that I'm understanding we would like a special meeting of the board, if you will, prior to our date in May where we're setting the budget,
But-
for the study session to discuss the elements of the budget.
And I think it would be a special meeting.
Okay.
It would be a study session, and the action items will be, we start the meeting and end the meeting.
Yes.
There won't be
Got
a
it.
lot of other.
Thank you. All right, and
We
the
won't be voting.
clerk will follow up with you to find a time and date appropriate. Thank you.
Yeah, and then we can bring it back soon, I would think, because we'd have to, yeah. I'm sorry.
No call to the public, right?
I'm sorry. A study session. I don't know
No
for
call to
this
public.
board, but in my previous life, when we had a study session and no action items, there was no call to the audience. 'Cause there's no action. We're not
That sounds
voting
great.
on anything. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. It'll just be us talking all the time. I don't know if that's better or I'm not sure. Okay. Any other comments on this? Right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let us see. Now we are on 20. All right. We addressed 38 and now we're on 39. This is real property, Arizona Department of Environmental Quality to provide Pima County license monitoring wells. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item number 40. This is C2 Area Company LLC to provide acquisition agreement and deed of easement for participation in the Readiness Environmental Protection REPA program. I'm confused. So can I get some information about this easement?
This is our REPI program, and
Thank you.
Deputy County Administrator DeBonis will have the details.
Madam Chair, so these are federal dollars that are provided to eliminate encroachments with military installations like Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. So these are not county dollars. What we are acquiring using those federal dollars is an easement in exchange for property owners not developing their property. So it eliminates encroachments around the Air Force Base by applying an easement that says the property will remain undeveloped.
Okay. All right.
Do we need a motion?
Yes, go ahead.
Move the question?
I'll second. You're moving the item.
Moving the item.
Okay. So Supervisor Christie moves, I'll second. Any other discussion?
Discussion?
Yes, please, go ahead.
I'm conflicted with this particular item, mainly because I don't have enough information, and I'll probably end up asking for a continuance until we get more stakeholder information. But this is basically part of the paddle, right? Madam Chair?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, it's in that same general vicinity
And
as the.
Does everybody know what the paddle is? Could you explain the paddle, Mr. DeBonis?
So Pima County and other jurisdictions throughout the nation adopt land use regulations that limit the type of development that can occur within the approach and departure corridors of airports. So they could be military installations or they could be commercial aviation airports. So these dollars that are part of this program are from the federal government to ensure that incompatible development doesn't encroach within those areas where we have aircraft taking off and landing. So that really is the intent here. This program has been in existence for, I think it's a decade. I'd have to go back and confirm that, and we can certainly provide a report to the board. I believe after this particular easement acquisition, we have one other acquisition that then fully utilizes all of the money that has been provided by the federal government to protect Davis-Monthan Air Force Base from encroachment. And I just want to correct an earlier statement. I'd said that it eliminates any development. It restricts or reduces the amount of development that can happen on the property. So there is some compatible use that the property can be put to. It just would not be to the full extent that would be allowed by code requirements if this easement were not acquired.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
I am going to ask for a continuance on this to make sure we have stakeholder input. Here's my situation, and this is in our district, and the paddle has been in place, as you say, what, for 10 years now, roughly? And it limits and restricts the kind of development that you can have because of the base coming with flight paths. The problem is I want to support the base, but their whole idea of the paddle, I believe in the first place, was in anticipation of a new mission that was going to require more restrictive use in the flight path. For instance, the F-35 mission at one point, I think it was, my first question is there going to be a new mission from Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, or is it going to be the same flight path, same mission, same equipment, same assets that we always have? If that's the case, then why do we need to expand the paddle and restrict development? And that leads to my second part of my issue, is there are development people out there that are looking at properties to create more housing and more amenities for that community, and the paddle is very restrictive of that, obviously. Do we need more restrictive land use if there's not going to be a new mission? Or do we have a new mission coming that's going to create more restrictive land use? So if there's a possibility we could get some of the stakeholders, Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, to tell us if there's going to be a new mission or a new need for more land in the paddle, and also the builders and developers out there that might have an interest in that land. I'd like to hear from them. I'd like to see if they think this is too restrictive for them to do what they need to do. I've dealt with several issues with developers that have had to deal with the paddle, and I want to make sure that the paddle is justified in this agenda item or not. And is it going to cause a problem with growth and development in my district? So, Madam Chair, if I may put this in the form of a motion to continue this until...
Do you want to do a substitute motion or just withdraw your initial motion? Either one. You can do a substitute motion and just...
Substitute motion.
Okay.
To continue. And advise administration, if they could, to gather stakeholders out there, perhaps DM50, the Air Force leadership out there, as well as some of the major developers in my district. We know who they are. And just to touch on them to see where they stand on this.
Is there a specific meeting?
Pardon me?
A specific meeting date or?
Let's make it the second one in May.
It's the 21st?
Sure.
May 21st?
That ought to give enough time. Or is there a time frame on this issue?
So Madam Chair and Supervisor Christie, I think given the various aspects of this conversation, it would be good for us to come back to the board with a detailed summary of the different elements that have been mentioned here today. So
what would be a good time frame for you to do?
So I think if what we're asked to do is come back to the board and provide additional information from which you either decide on this item or you can decide this item and give us further direction. The land use regulations adopted into county code, the airport environs, was done decades ago based on a joint land use study that involved the military installations. And so Davis-Monthan was part of that. It really set the framework of the approach and departure corridors, the safety zones that exist around the airports and military installations. That is not changing with this particular item. So this item isn't adding to or subtracting from those regulations that are in place. This is intended on a willing property owner basis to reduce the amount of development that happens on a property, this particular property, and others that this board has approved previously to ensure that there are not incompatible land uses there. So in this instance, this item is very specific to a reduction in the development potential of that property via an easement to avoid encroachment and incompatible uses. And it doesn't expand any of the regulations that already are adopted into Pima County Code in the airport environs ordinances. So happy to lay these two things out and bring information back to the board at your discretion, whether you're comfortable enough today with this or you want to continue it. Give us an opportunity to then provide you a detailed explanation of how all of these pieces work together.
So, Madam Chair, second meeting in May, would that be?
And to be clear, if I may,
Administrator Lesher,
Chair
really
Grijalva
quickly,
and
and then.
Supervisor Christie, just, we can, by the second meeting in May, have a full report on what exists, what has been occurring, et cetera. If the part of the desire is to have community meetings and outreach,
No.
Okay, so then we
No.
can get the first step done and come back on by May 21st meeting with this analysis and report.
That would be my motion and, or my request. And secondly, just so everybody knows, and anecdotally, when I was first on this board, my first term, we had an issue with expanding the paddle in the same general area. And Mr. Huckleberry told me that the reason why they needed this expansion of that restricted area was because there was a new mission coming, F-35. And at that point, of course, everybody's going, great, yeah, okay, fine. Well, that didn't come to fruition. So if it's not going to come to fruition, my question is, why do we need more restrictive use of the land? Or we can maybe find out, maybe there is a new mission coming. So that's my point.
Okay, so Supervisor Christie had a motion to postpone this item until the 21st, and I'll second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. I think, when I served on the TUSD board, there was a recommendation to close a school for the same reason. And so my preference would be, obviously, if we can restrict that kind of construction before you're in a situation where you're displacing people, makes the most sense to me. But I appreciate the need for more information, and it can't hurt us to have a more informed decision. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I'd rather prevent the construction than have to displace people. Okay, so how do we feel about moving items 41 through 47?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to speak to 43, just a question on that.
Do you want to ask the question? Mm-hmm. Okay, so how about we move all the items, then you can ask the question?
Okay.
That sound good? Okay.
43 through what?
41 through 47. That sound okay?
That sounds good.
All right, so can you second?
Second.
Supervisor Christie? Okay, great. And you had a question on number 43.
Yeah, excuse me. In this particular item, and it's actually 43 and 44, but
okay.
I can use one of them. It says that these items were removed, were postponed or held up due to employee turnover. And my question is, on which side of the house was the turnover? Was it on the county attorney side or grants management?
Administrator Lesher.
Let me refer to.
It's at the bottom. Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, so I would prefer to wait and answer them.
It says grants management needed new signatures. It was not approved due to employee turnover. The grants modification was not processed through the grants innovation department. This goes back to May of 23. And I'm just curious, which entity had the...
I do not know. I'm happy to get back to you.
If you could get back to us, that'd be
Certainly,
great.
yes.
I'll go ahead and...
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for 41 through 47. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. 48 has been postponed to the 21st. And now we're on the addendum. We have item 8. Correct? Yeah. Item 8, this is unfinished business. Board of Supervisors policy, proposed adoption of vacant positions. And this item has come forward to us a couple of times, and this is from Supervisor Scott. Do you want to speak to it?
Please.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grijalva. If you there's a number of different links attached to this item, but I'd encourage my colleagues to take a look at the revised policy dated April 11th, and then the memo that we received from the county administrator yesterday that outlines the draft administrative procedures for implementing this policy if it's adopted. And I believe those draft administrative procedures were drafted after a lot of discussion, not just between the county administrator and Deputy County Administrator Holmes and individual supervisors, but also elected officials, notably the county attorney. So I draw your attention especially to section D and E of those administrative procedures dealing with communication and the appeals process. And you know, my two overarching goals with discussion of this policy have been, number one, to put a dent in the chronic number of 900 to 1,000 vacant positions that we're carrying at any given time, and number two, to do it in the right way. Not to inconvenience any department or elected official or be unreasonable or cut hard to fill positions. And I believe that the changes to the policy and the administrative procedures have accomplished all that. So what I would like to do is, if you again go back to item 8 and click on the county administrator's memo dated April 11th. At the bottom of that memo, she has 4 recommendations. Number 1, immediately eliminate all unbudgeted positions which have been vacant for 540 days or greater, and she outlines those in that April 11 memo. Number 2, instruct Grants Management Innovation to review all grant positions which have been vacant for more than 240 days to determine, in conjunction with the department, if those positions are still needed for the fulfillment of the grant's objectives. Any positions no longer needed will be eliminated by July 1, 2024. 3, continue to design a data-driven methodology to identify hard-to-fill job classifications. And I gather that is an ongoing labor of love for you and your colleagues. And number 4, implement the vacant position policy as written with an effective date of July 1, 2024. So I would move that we approve all 4 of those recommendations.
And I'll second it for discussion.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
I agree with my colleague, Supervisor Scott, on his statements of this entire issue, but there's something that kind of causes a little twitch, and that is in the background, under administrative procedures on page 3 of 3, it says after all of these all these issues take place and all these changes be made and all of this policy be put into effect, that, quote, there may be unique circumstances that may necessitate that a position posted for over 240 days not be eliminated. If we're going to have a policy, why are there going to be unique circumstances when that policy can be broken? It's kind of like an out. And it kind of makes me wonder, is everything that's going to come up going to be a unique circumstance that may necessitate that a position not be eliminated?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, the goal is to develop a policy to make sure that we don't have ghost positions, if you will, throughout the county, and that we don't have positions that are just not funded. One of the challenges we have is identifying those hard-to-fill positions. Some of them, there are attorneys, there are veterinarians, there are positions that may be easier to identify somehow by saying it requires a license or it requires some sort of special education in some ways. We began to look back at whether it needed, as I say, some sort of license. Did it need special accommodations? What we've realized is across the county, some of our more hard-to-fill positions are in trades. We're having a difficult time, locksmith, plumbers. We have positions, excuse me, it's a little bit, we know it when we see it. If you recall a few meetings ago, we were asked to come back with that list of how we would define those positions. And it has been, as we go department by department, not able to do that because of the unique nature of some of our more hard to fill positions. And that's why we felt, rather than simply saying it would be these 240 days unless it's these positions, because of the difficulty in identifying whether we have someone in fleet services who are working on cars or our medical examiner. We have positions in a veterinarian. It's been open for more than 240 days because we're in need. We continually hope to hire a vet. It is unique by department, and that's why we put in this safety valve, if you will.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
that answers my question. I just don't want it to be a caveat or an excuse to. Yeah, so, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
I think it's just really important that we allow for the flexibility, and that's been my only concern about creating a policy that has been addressed in regulations, administrative regulations. That's always a lot easier and more flexible for administration to work around, as opposed to a policy that gives direction, especially considering that I appreciate that some of these positions have been vacant for a long time, but they're also positions that we need. And we want to make sure that they're open and available just in case. Like HVAC specialist, we have 4 that have been open for 240 days or greater. It doesn't indicate that there isn't a need.
No, I understand the point. Madam Chair. I'm just wanting to clarify that it's just not an open door that we can utilize whenever we feel.
No, and it wasn't actually a direct comment to you. My concern is of
Well, I took
creating.
it as such.
Oh, I'm apologizing. No, don't do that. I think that my worry was that we're creating a policy that makes it more restrictive for administration to, like, regulations are always easier to work around. And so that's my only worry.
I get it.
But, so I believe we have a motion in a second. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. You know, I've spent a lot of time looking at FTEs. In fact, you have before you this document, and I want to credit my staff. This was something that I asked my staff to pull, and it's easier to look if you look at the second to the last link on number 8. So it says District 3 submittal 4/12/24. It's you're going to need a.
I'm using my phone.
I know it's really, please look on your computer, much easier. But regardless, I have a summary for you. The reason I asked my staff to pull this is because of this policy. I agree. I think we need to be very mindful of what's hard to fill and why. So I said, okay, for example, plumbers. That are hard to fill. Where's the competition going to be in plumbers? Most likely not in Phoenix, most likely maybe in Pinal, but it's going to be here in the city of Tucson, University of Arizona, or private industry or small businesses. So I had my staff pull plumbers. And surprisingly enough, the University of Arizona doesn't really call them plumbers. They actually have different names, as does Maricopa County and Pinal. But if you take a look at that document, you're going to see that the plumbers are listed in the green, highlighted areas are the maintenance individuals. And so the only one we could find with a plumber was Maricopa County, Pima County. Okay, if you take a look at the others, City of Tucson has a plumber too, but the University of Arizona just calls everybody facilities management and service workers 1. And I listed here, they actually have, facilities has 13 ranges, ranging from $34,000 to $159,000. And that includes engineers. And I saw that we were looking at engineers today.
as some new approvals, if I'm not mistaken. Pima County has ranges, 7 ranges from, I'm looking at facilities again, $32,000 to $87,000 with a plumber in a separate category that could not be found at the U of A. Okay, so the point that I'm raising is you've got the University of Arizona and the city of Tucson has, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They have 7 as well. And I think 7 categories. And so what I was doing is looking specifically at plumbing, and it's hard to do. But all I'm saying is, I think from the University of Arizona being our most competitive, along with the city of Tucson, you're talking about a starting salary greater than ours, $32,000 for us, $34,000 for U of A. And then city of Tucson, their starting salary for the plumber is $41,000. So if we're having trouble, maybe we need to look beyond and look at also private small business or private industry, because remember the day where they'd say how it costs you an arm and a leg to have a plumber come to your house? Maybe we're not paying enough, even though we've done a comp class study where we need to relook at that and take a look at these very hard to fill. And I know County Administrator Lesher said that we're doing that. But I want to pull your attention now to Pima County Attorney. If you take a look at the blue, this is a lot more telling from the standpoint that across the board, Pima County Maricopa County has 6 ranges for attorney, and that is from $77,000 to $190,000. Surprisingly, they pay their public defenders different high point. They only go up to $148,000, which is unfortunate because I think they should be paid at the same level, their attorneys. Pima County, though, only has Pima County attorney only has 2 ranges, $78,000 to $173,000. City Tucson has 10 ranges, $73,000 to $168,000. And then Pinal County, which I know is a competing force for us, is $76,000 to $167,000. They have 3 ranges. So what I'm saying is perhaps we need to relook at the number of ranges, and because those are hard to fill. I don't know why there's so many that are vacant in the county attorney's area, but one of the things that I think is important is I understand the need to get a hold of these ghost FTEs, but I think my preference would be that before we do any cuts to the FTEs, so I wrote this down, let me read it. Prior to any FTE sweeps, all department FTE vacancies at or nearing 120 days shall be reviewed with the department director and the deputy administrator. And then any that are with elected officials, the county administrator and the elected official. If there are valid reasons for vacancies over the 120 days, I'm picking that because that's what's in the proposed policy. Exceptions shall be made. Any disputes shall be referred to the appeals process, which is new in this policy, which I agree with. This shall be added to policy. In addition, all vacancies that have begun the process to fill an FTE with HR shall not be swept, because as I'm talking to district directors, county directors, some of these are sweeping, and it says in policy that it's happening, that they can do it if they can't do it if there's, I believe it's in the advertising level, but I would say that we need to back it up. If they've put in to HR paperwork to have an FTE filled, why are we sweeping that? They're already starting the process. So I'd say it has to start from that process. And then, let's see. I guess that's it. I agree with the policy, but I want us to really be mindful that before we take a look at sweeping, that those very hard to fill, and I think we know them because they have the majority of what's on this vacancy thing, is that we really sit down with those, specifically the county attorney, facilities, management, and really, and looking at, those are really the two that I'd say are probably have some of those issues. Does that make sense? Clear as mud or what?
Chair Gerhol.
Makes sense. Supervisor Scott.
I appreciate all of Supervisor Lee's comments, and I really believe that in terms of how the draft administrative procedures are put together, that those concerns are addressed, specifically with regard to Part A, Section A under procedure, 4A, 1A, vacant positions which are currently in the interview stage, as denoted by their status in the countywide applicant tracking system, will be permitted to complete the recruitment process. If no candidate is selected, the position will be eliminated. And then with regard to the appeal process, department directors, and that's outlined in E1 and 2, department directors can make appeals to their deputy county administrator, and then denied appeals go right to the county administrator. Elected officials can make appeals to the county administrator. Denied appeals come to us. And I just feel that the way these procedures have been laid out incorporate all of those concerns. And I also think the third recommendation that the county administrator made in her April 11th memo, and we're considering those recommendations right now, speak to what she and the deputy county administrators are doing to try to determine hard to fill positions, including perhaps going beyond the first quartile in terms of what we're offering for a starting salary.
Chair Goodhart, the only other thing I would highlight, and I hope that we had tried to capture some of the thoughts when you look at the communication piece, rather than simply saying 4 times a year we would be sweeping those positions. What we've indicated is quarterly, we identify the positions. We then have a 30-day period of time during which the deputy county administrators would be working with the directors and/or I would be working with the elected officials. So there would be a 30-day window in which there could be a conversation about whether or not that position should be swept or not, and then the appeals could kick in. So rather, I think one of the, a concern that has been expressed relates to that communication piece. This locks into an administrative procedure that we don't just announce it and it's swept. We announce it and it engages the 30-day window to have a conversation.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
Very quickly, has there been an analysis and any kind of study about contracting labor out for some of these positions as opposed to hiring them with all the perks and bennies and benefits that come with hiring? Is there any kind of a cost?
Chair Goodhart, Supervisor Christie, there may have been, not of which I'm aware, but recently, let me look into that and see where we are.
Wouldn't that be prudent to do something like that, just to make that study? Because if we can't get them in-house, let's contract them out and see.
Take a look.
If we don't pay them health and all of the other things, maybe it's, maybe you can fill them. Or at least contract them.
Yep. Grijalva?
Supervisor Lee.
Okay, thank you. I do want to say, if you look at sweeping anything that is not in the interview stage, I would like to say that what if the department has just had that PCN is, they've said to HR, please start the process. Well, so they're starting the process, but it's going to be swept unless it's in the interview stage. So that to me is not, I think it should be before they're in the interview stage. They've said, let's start the recruitment, the beginning stage. That would be my proposal.
Isn't that, Chair Gerhart?
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
Isn't that incorporated though? Thank you. Isn't that incorporated in Section D, where and the county administrator just referred to that? with regard to how that communication is handled. It sounds like the situation that you're referring to would perhaps be something that is coming up during that 30-day period that's referenced in Section D of the Administrative Procedures.
You know, I really don't know enough about the time it takes. It just makes sense to me that if the director and the deputy administrator said, yeah, let's fill that position in Parks and Rec, and they put the paperwork in, and then all of a sudden it's but you're right, it would be, I guess, 30 days ahead of time, they would have been notified that, hey, that's coming up. So maybe it does.
Administrator Lesher.
Let me take a look at this language. This is an AP that I can finalize to put meat on the bones around a policy if the board approves that. So we can tweak that and make sure. I think we've heard what the intent is, and make sure that we're not trying to outsmart anybody by saying just in the recruitment process, but to try to say if it started and you're into the process at some point, we wouldn't sweep it. But if you haven't started it, it might be. So let me look at how we might wordsmith that one.
Supervisor Hines, do you have anything you want to add?
I'm trying to envision if I'm the county attorney or Dr. Hess or I don't know who hires the veterinarian, Dr. Garcia. Well, anyway, whatever head person, director of an agency or elected official with their department. And this is there, and I'm being forced to deal with exceptions instead of exemptions, back to that kind of like dance. Like, if I finally get someone after 23 months looking for this particular type of pathologist, and they're like, yeah, well, I have 6 other offers. I'd rather Pima County, but I need to know tomorrow. Holy God. So now how long is the process, right? Like if I have to go through all this exception stuff, right? If there's not a carve out for folks with licenses or plumbers or however we want to do it, which it sounds like we can't somehow do that. How long is the process? Because it feels like we might be kind of imperiling our ability to get some of these people if we have a nibble. And it's like, yeah, just in 4 to 6 weeks, we're going to get through the administrative appeals and we'll probably totally be able to maybe hire you. No, man, 40 hours later, they're gone. That's why they're hard to get. Yep. So I can't get behind this yet. I'm trying to get there, but if we're not going to set aside, I think that could really damage our ability we need to enable these folks to have the agility and dexterity to grab onto whoever it is that's finally saying yes to these hard to fill positions and not mess around with. Even 3 or 4 days is too long of like trying to get someone to approve a thing that goes to whatever that gets appealed to the blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I'm worried about that. It seems to me like we're going to make it harder to recruit for some of the most difficult positions to fill. So I don't know. There are other aspects I'm fine with, but that's the one part that I'm the most concerned about.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, Hines, I hear some of those are the positions that we've been talking about. If we finally have somebody that's been searching for a period of time, we need to be able to move. I know we had a request that came in from a hard to fill position that was an offer made and they needed to hear from somebody, and it went through finance, HR, and me in 2 days. And we've let people know if we need to fast track it more, let us know. So I hear you. We want to make sure that we are not having a bureaucratic process that prohibits us or in any way blocks us from being able to hire that individual that we've finally been waiting for in some of those hard to fill positions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do we have a motion? I believe we do. Who is it? Okay. Who did the motion?
Chair Grijalva, it was a motion by Supervisor Scott, seconded by Christie, to approve the county administrator's recommendations from her April 11th memorandum.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? I think.
I didn't vote yet.
I know. That's I'm pausing. Supervisor Hines?
Oh, there we go. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll abstain.
Okay, so that's a 5-0. Thank you. All right. Now we have item 13, Transportation Advisory Committee, the appointment of Nori Nelson.
I'll move the item.
I'll second. I have a motion by Supervisor Scott and a second by me. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 14, Board of Adjustment, District 4, reappointment of Stephen Eddy.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Christie and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Is that it? That's the end of our meeting? All right, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much.